We're going to start the meeting now. Everybody take their seat. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. All right. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Today is May 10th, 2017. In attendance today is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Mr. Herrera from Licensing, and myself, Secretary of the Authority Donahue. The next meetings of the members of the authority are May 24th, June 7th, and June 21st. Those are all Wednesdays. We're going to call items in the order they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please come up to the microphone and speak directly into it, because that's recording the proceedings today. Chairman, before we call the items, do you have any announcements to make?
No.
Okay. The first item is in Buffalo, 951, Richie's Soul Food, Inc.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, remaining members. My name is Ben Wisniewski. I'm an attorney with Lippes Mathias, Wexler Friedman. And can everybody hear me? Sorry?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'm an attorney with Lippes Mathias, Wexler Friedman. My firm represents Richie's Soul Food, Inc. Also with me standing to my left is Mr. Richard Wagstaff, who is the sole principal and sole shareholder of Richie's Soul Food, Inc. And we're here today regarding the company's application for an on-premises beer, wine, and liquor license, application number 3158608. Before responding to your questions, I'd just like to note that there was a deficiency letter sent on March 2nd. I believe all those deficiencies have been cured, with the exception of a certificate of occupancy, which we're still waiting on. And if possible, we would like to have an approval today subject to that condition if you feel approval is warranted. Other than that, I'll leave it up to your questions. Thank you.
Well, I assume you're familiar with the history at this place, since it seems all of Buffalo is familiar with it?
Yes, unfortunately we are.
And it appears to me that you're running the same type of business that we shut.
With all due respect, I would disagree with that characterization. I think that this business is a completely different model.
Didn't the place, and I'm not talking about the place that we approved and never opened, I'm talking about the place that we canceled or revoked, I don't even remember, but.
That was Molly's, right?
Yes. That one had live and recorded and DJ music, right?
Honestly, I never went to the bar, but I believe it was an establishment that maybe catered to a younger crowd and was more about drinking and music than about food. And I'd like to draw a distinction between that and what Rich intends to open, which is first and foremost a restaurant. Yes, he would like to have music there, but it's not going to be the kind of recorded music that you would have had at Molly's. It's going to be things like jazz trios, one-man bands.
So what do you need a DJ for?
That's for ambiance and background music. That's how it was explained to me by Rich. I'm not sure.
So you need a DJ to play background music?
No, it's actually a DJ setup. It's not a personal DJ like a physical person. It's the DJ setup, the equipment like an iPod, and the amp and the speakers and stuff to play the music out the speakers.
Yeah, I mean, how the interior of the facility is set up is there is an existing DJ booth, so that might be where the confusion's arising here. I think the music will be run through the DJ booth, but
No,
there's not.
the confusion's arising in that he asked for a DJ in his application. That's not confusing. To me.
So would you be willing to not have a DJ?
No DJs necessary.
So if that is the concern, then
That's
Mr.
not my only
Wagstaff-
concern, but that's on the application, and I'm asking you why you need a DJ, if you're only doing jazz or one-man acoustic live music, or
So
background recorded music.
So we do not need, Mr. Wagstaff and Richie Soul Food does not need a DJ. We'd be willing to have a condition that no DJ be allowed, but we would still like to have the live music if possible. And also, recorded music in that an iPad is playing in the background during eating hours when, there isn't an actual band playing. But we would not need a DJ at all. So I
Does he have
apologize
any
if that
plan to
caused
have
confusion.
security?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
So
security.
a restaurant with acoustic jazz needs security guards.
So Yes, and I think that this ties into, this was mostly a prophylactic measure because we anticipated there'd be questions like this. And if you are concerned based on the history of the facility, there could be security issues. Mr. Wagstaff is more than willing to have security on the weekends when there are bands playing. If you think it's not appropriate to have security, we can backtrack on that.
Here's what my concern is. Your client has absolutely no experience in this industry that I can see. The method of operation that he's given to me on paper is very similar to the method of operation of a place we canceled because someone got killed in it. That's my concern. He's in a college town. He wants to have a DJ. I used to live about a tenth of a mile from this place, the old Molly's. So I'm quite familiar with how close it is to where students live, because I was one. That's my concern, is that what you're telling me is not what's going to actually happen.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, if that was the case, I mean, obviously the place could very easily be cited and shut down and the license revoked. But
It's
I
not
think
that
on
easy.
paper, but the intent here is to have a restaurant that has a completely separate focus, different kind of music. It's going to be appealing to a broad base of clientele, not just students. The idea is to be a restaurant. There will be a full-time chef. The chef will be hired and on site. It's my understanding a lot of those things maybe didn't happen at the last restaurant, but this really will be a restaurant.
Do you have any?
Yeah. Who is Mr. James Rosansky?
I'm not familiar with that name.
He's written some tremendous opposition to you. An issue that he brought up was that change last year to replace the entrance-exit door, overhead garage door with a commercial storefront window that he alleges violates city zoning requirement. The entrance door must be on the main street facade. Have you heard that before?
I have not heard that. I'm not familiar with Mr. Rosansky. I've not seen his opposition, but what I can tell you is that the Buffalo Common Council has approved the operation of this facility. We're waiting on a letter from them right now. So we do have community support for this.
And is he going to hire a manager or anything?
That will remain to be seen. The intent at this point is for him to operate and be the sole proprietor there.
So am I correct in saying he has zero experience in this industry?
With all due respect, sir, no. I ran a business for 9 years. I have not run a restaurant, but I am in business currently.
What type of business?
Well, I have a hobby store, retail store on East Delavan Avenue in Buffalo, New York.
Which I'm sure presents certain issues, but they're not similar to the issues you're going to face here.
True. Now, the chef that I hired was currently a professional chef at the Radisson, and he's directing all the restaurant issues in the way that we're going to run the kitchen.
And what are the hours?
The hours are from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
So Roaming Bison never opened, right?
No, they withdrew.
They withdrew, okay. You have any questions, Chairman? You know, I have reservations about this, but I'd be willing to approve it on two stipulations. Number one, I would like proof that this zoning issue is not an issue. If this is approved, I'm saying I'd like that. And I also would like to see whatever letter you're saying is coming from the Buffalo Common Council in support of it. I'd like to see those two items. I don't have a problem with the hours. I think I'm not sure that we should approve live music at this point. I think maybe quiet background recorded music would be enough, and we'll see how that goes for a while. But I'd be willing to approve under those circumstances. being so that we did approve another licensee since Molly's who has withdrawn.
I'll approve as well, but you're going to get the same restrictions the last guy got, which was no live music, no DJs, no dancing, no promoters, no karaoke. Licensed security guards to be present Friday and Saturdays, ID scanners to be purchased and utilized, premises to close Thursday through Saturday at midnight, Sunday through Wednesday at 11. You're not even asking for that, so your hours are going to be 10 to 10 and 10 to 12 on Friday and Saturday.
Yes,
And then everything else that Commissioner Ford asked for.
yes.
So if you can live with those, good luck. If you can't, then
Yes, I can live with that.
All right,
Commissioner Ford, you're okay?
so only recorded background music.
yes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, 969, Lock Pub Enterprises, Inc.
Good morning. I'm just asking for a reduced fine or a 1-week suspension.
Could you just note who you are, please?
Sorry?
Could you just note who you
Damien
are?
Spalla, Lock Pub Entertainment Incorporated.
Or how long a suspension?
1-week suspension or a reduced fine, maybe $3,000.
Well, you already paid $3,000, though you paid $4,000 the last time. I mean, generally it doubles every time you do a sale to minor.
Yes, I did submit or had 3 accommodation letters submitted. That's all I had. I believe we have 4 or 5 where we have been ID'd and have been doing a good job with that.
Right up
This, I
until,
believe-
right up until
Yes.
March.
Yeah, so for the last 3 years, I guess almost, 3 years now, we've been doing a good job with it. I didn't know, I first pleaded not guilty because I didn't know who was actually the one who served them. No one was, issued a summons or anything like that. It was just something that was mailed to me. So I couldn't hold anybody accountable. So then I did research, and then they did send me a picture of the underage agent and the time of service and the date of service. So then I was able to say, I had to plead no contest.
So who sold to her, you?
The person who sold it to them was one of my bartenders. She's took the New York State certification for service of alcohol with care. She's been with us since we opened 4 years. She's had no incidents or any problems with serving minors. She said, I don't remember serving this person, but they did send a picture of his ID and stated the information describing her. All I can say is that is not my intention to serve underagers. Our crowd is mostly 30 to 45-year-old adults. We're not an underage drinking establishment. Our first incident was a girl that was on her second day training. She had no experience serving anyone and didn't ID. I'm trying my best to do a good job and not serve underagers.
Has everyone taken the tips courses at your place?
Yes, we went, upon hiring, we have employees take the tips classes, yes. I also have like a sign that says We ID and it has the age and the date. I brought a picture of the sign in. I had submitted that before with the first violation, that's something that we had purchased to help deter underage drinking and to help the bartenders
So
be
where
able
are
to
you on
ID
this?
the proper age. A $6,000 fine is very crippling to me right now. It would probably almost put me out of business. I just renewed the liquor license this month as well.
I'll give you a week suspension, but there's going to be a fine as well.
Okay?
Yeah. I was thinking to try to be fair and help you out just a little bit here. 4,000 again with 1 week suspension.
Can you live with that? Normally it would be 6,000. without the suspension?
Can I pay the 4,000 without suspension? I'm not trying to negotiate, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, I am. I mean, this is a very crippling matter to me.
Well, I'll
right
give you
now.
3,000 and a week suspension. And the
That's fine.
suspension happens when you get the letter. I don't know what the
Okay.
date, whatever, how long will that take?
As soon as you want it, or just a normal course of business?
Normal
Be-
course of business.
Be a week or two.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, so I would have to let my staff know ahead of time that we would be closed for a week.
You don't have to close, you just can't serve alcohol. You a
Okay.
restaurant or a pub, or just a bar?
Both.
Well, you can serve food, you just can't serve alcohol.
Okay.
I don't know how many people would want that, but,
Well,
all right, so 3,000, you accept that?
Yes, yes.
Commissioner?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And
I don't
we
have
will
any,
try to do our best to stay on top of this stuff. Thank you for your help.
I don't have any other items in Buffalo. Michelle, do you have anything else there?
No other items in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany now. And the item I have there is 1009 AK Liquors, Inc.
Another board member. My name is Mukesh Kohli. My wife is Veena Kohli. We are here to secure our liquor license for AK Liquors. Jim Bingham supposed to be here, but his car broke down, so he called us to be here by ourselves. So I'm here to.
Is he, so he's not coming?
That's correct.
Is there any opposition there?
No, there's not.
So what, there are currently 3 stores in Baldwinsville. Why do they need a 4th?
Because they are on the off the 31 and I'm on the off the 48 North State Road, which is like a mile and quarter, 1.25 mile away. So it's in this neighborhood. They used to have a liquor store, but it's closed. And now my wife, she works for the Macy when they closing the Macy store. So she mentioned to her customers, I might go open the liquor store over there. Then the customer said, we will be happy because the people walk to the store. Now we don't have that luxury to walk to the store. So that's why and my patients and we want to open the liquor stores. So that's why we decided that we find a good location.
Well, what are you going to do, provide that these other 3 stores don't provide, that are all within a mile and a half of your store?
So whenever I go to the State Fair, New York, in Syracuse, I saw the people lined up for the New York State product. And me and my wife
You're
were
seeing
there.
people line up for New York State products?
That's correct, sir, for the wine testing. And then I told my wife, if we can do something like this to our store, we might have people to come to our store. So we decided we're going to have a whole section dedicated to New York State, 25% or more than 25% product of the New York State.
How
And
much?
Wine testing, 25% at least.
45%?
25, 25.
2.5, okay. And these other stores don't sell any New York products?
They sell 10 to under 10%.
So you plan on having 1,500 square feet of 2,200 as retail?
That's correct, sir.
Do you have any idea what the population numbers in Baldwinsville are? Or are they going up, down, stagnant?
It's going up because they are coming, the new development coming from the half mile from away. And there's like 3 or 4 apartments, buildings are there. Those are big apartment buildings. And those cover only 48, around 48 area, not 31. 38 area, one is like a mile and quarter away, so.
What gave you the idea to open a liquor store?
So it was my hobby to go for the wine testing in the Finger Lake area and then start learning about the wines. Then my wife, she was working with the Macy's, and then we find out she's gonna lose her job. And one of her co-worker, she born over here, and she mentioned to her, I used to be a 14-year-old, so I go with my grandpa and my dad over there in that area. She explained her, and then she was willing to work with us as a part-time job. So we offer her, if we get a license, we will bring you on the board, and we will serve our state best what we can do for our state.
So you're going in the former Trademark Bedding and Furniture building in this strip mall? Is that what I'm
Yes.
looking at? Okay.
Yes, sir.
You have any other questions?
No.
All right. It seems to be the other 5 stores in the area seem to be holding their own. Actually, a couple even have sales that are increasing a bit. At 1,500 square feet, you would still be, which seems kind of large for the area, you'd still be the smallest one amongst them. Hold that thought for a second. This last one, Onondaga Lock 1 Liquors, says issued 11/2/16. But it was a package store since 2004. All right, so looks like that's been there a while. It's not new. I'm willing to approve, again, based on the fact that you're the smallest square footage of all the 5 stores in the area. You would be. And the other sales seems to be steady, if not increasing. So I think that there would be your location in the strip mall looks to be a place that would be public convenience and advantage served.
What other stores are in that strip mall?
There's one is a empty bottle store. There's a pizza shop. There's a car wash. There's a bar. There's other offices, and across from store there's a dealership, car dealership, and there's other 2 offices, doctor offices.
Okay, I'll vote to approve as well. There was a liquor store at this location up until 2012. The sales of the 3 closest have increased over the last 3 years, some significantly. The 4th closest, we don't really have accurate numbers on because that was just transferred in 2016. The population has increased since 2015 in Baldwinsville, and the sales numbers indicate that there is more demand for alcohol purchases. So I'll vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, the next item is 895. Excuse me, when you're out, you can pull out 896 as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
All right, 895 is Gulf Mart Incorporated.
I can sit?
You can stand.
Good morning, guys.
Golf Mart?
Yes.
I'm gonna represent both K&Q and Gulf Mart.
And who are you?
I'm the owner of both the locations.
Do you have workman's comp now?
Yes.
All right, 1,500 on both of them. Each.
1,500 each?
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's a lot for me. The location I have is only 400 square feet. The other one is 1,500 square feet. The sales are very, very low.
Yeah, but because the sales were low, you decided not to get workman's comp insurance.
No. It's not what it happened. I explained in the letter what I wrote to you guys. What happened was, but the New York State Insurance Fund comes every year to do the audit before they send me a bill. It's been happening for the last 3 years, but the 4th year they decide not to come. And what happened is I thought they're gonna come, but I paid the whole amount, which was way double the amount which I paid the last year in 2015. I paid $4,200, but the current was they were asking for $8,200 without doing any audits. Payroll is same, sales are the same, employees are the same, and I called, they are nobody to listen to. So I sent the payment. I sent it late. Nobody explained it to me at that time.
You
It is
sent the
canceled.
you sent the 8,200 in or the 4,200?
8,200, and they issued me a refund of $5,000.
Yeah,
and
but
they sent me a check.
did you send it in 7 months late?
No, I sent it in February. I didn't know because I was expecting our auditor supposed to come in May. It's my policy start from May to May. And June 1st, I think the inspector came for a stop order. Then I realized that that's what happened. Then at that time, what happened is I called around for worker comp insurance, but no company was willing to give it to me because the record says I've been canceled because of the non-payment.
Yeah.
But then I find a guy, it took me a month to find an insurance company who are willing to give me insurance.
Yeah. I believe that you may have unknowingly become uninsured. I mean, you did pay the full $8,000 and got the, $4,000 to $5,000 refund. You have almost 10 years of no adverse history on one license and even longer than that, about 12 years, 13 years on the other one. So if the chairman would be agreeable, I'd be okay with a $1,500 fine for both.
Okay.
One for both.
$750 for each.
$750 each.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's manageable. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And we're gonna send me a letter or how I'm gonna?
We'll be in touch.
You'll get a letter.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have no other items in Albany?
No.
Okay, so we're done with Albany, Donald? The first item in New York City is 944 VKI Golf Management LLC.
How long you been here, Mr. Romano? Since like 7 o'clock or something like that?
I wish, 5:40. Robert Romano, I'm here with DJ Van Kuren, who is the principal, and his golf pro, PJ Pro, Mike, Mike, I have to get the name pronounced correctly, Morshauser.
So just, you guys changed the corporate structure, didn't realize you had to notify us.
It wasn't just that. There was, he was accused of an availment at the time because he is an absentee owner.
Right.
And was not aware, he got a tenant for the restaurant. And the attorney for the tenant suggested that they keep running under his license, and I have emails to substantiate that they keep running under his license until the tenant was approved, and totally unintentional.
Okay, I'm okay with this then. I'll approve.
Yeah, I read this. I'd approve as well.
Great, thank you. Was that worth the trip in from Colorado? Thank you.
The next item is 949 Fresh Press Cafe LLC.
Robert Romano, I'm here with David Kurtensize, who is the principal of Fresh Press Cafe. We come to you because we did not agree to certain stipulations that were asked of him from the Community Board Number 3. We are looking to have hours that extend past what Community Board 3 was requesting, and we have different requirements or requests for the music availability.
So they have a list of stipulations here that
Correct.
they want you to follow.
Correct. We've agreed.
You want 2 o'clock and the old place was at 12, correct? 2 a.m. closing?
Correct, I believe the last place was 2 as well, was it not? Previous. You don't know? All right, I won't go on the record of that. But he's looking for 2 a.m., 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. He's doing a Georgian-style restaurant akin to a diner-type atmosphere. And with that, he's looking for the later hours. And this is just beer and wine. With regard to the music, he's looking for live music in a limited fashion.
What kind of live music?
Acoustic.
It's acoustic and live music, jazz and blues. This place is not a bar; it's a restaurant. It's an elegant setting. So I'm looking to have a background music, and based on the stipulation, in community board they say that they've noted that in 2013 there were complaints, but since then there was the full soundproofing installed in the place. And there were no complaints, and the place was operating and playing live music all the time.
It's been fully soundproofed.
So
he will not have unlimited drink specials with food, obviously, no pub crawls.
And what's he need a DJ? See, this is the thing. Why does he need a DJ?
He doesn't.
I get the
He doesn't.
acoustic music.
this was an initial application. We are okay without having the DJ. It's
No promoted events, nothing like that?
No. What's critical to him is having the 2 a.m.
Hours of operation are dictated by the area. It's people go out at night, and besides that, there are many places around that close late.
Yeah, the community board points to the fact that there are several Georgian restaurants in the surrounding area. I'm not familiar with one.
There is one on Avenue B, which is 4 avenues away.
On what? Where is it?
It's on Avenue B and 7th Street, which is 4 avenues away, and it's in a residential area. There are not too many restaurants there, but this is a very bad comparison because we are on 2nd Avenue, which is much.
And do you have any objection to closing the facade at 10?
I have no problem with that. We will close at 10.
So the only thing you have a problem with the community board was the 2 a.m. and the music?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, as the chairman has stated in the past with this community board, number 11.
Yeah, that's
Right.
not going to happen.
Right.
All right. So the DJ, though, is out.
Absolutely.
You have any questions?
I had a note in here that community board noted a church across the street, but
It's a
didn't.
restaurant wine, then, so.
Yeah, all right, okay, all right, sorry. No, I'm good. I'm willing to approve based on your acceptance of the stipulations, except for no DJ. What level of live music again?
It will be background music. Live music will be acoustic and jazz and blues.
It's like maybe like a 2 or 3 piece at most, something like that?
Right.
It's a small place, it can't.
No heavy metal clone bands
Nothing
like that?
like that.
Okay, all right.
We are trying to keep the reputation good.
I'm willing to approve. I'm not sure about the hours, though. What were you thinking, Chairman?
2.
2, yeah, I'm okay with that.
So I'll approve as well. All the stipulations that the community board proposed are in place except for number 2. They want hours of operation of 7 a.m. to 12. I'll give 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. And number 4, the music can be recorded background music, live, acoustic. You want blues too, right?
Right.
So live music, but no DJs, no promoted events. And no events at which a cover will be charged.
Correct.
And then number 6, the community board stipulation says it will not seek a change in class to a full on-premise license without first obtaining the approval of community board 3. You don't have to obtain the approval, but you do have to seek it. And that's it, I guess.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And, we have to waive the 2 bathroom rule. You only have 1 bathroom, right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, so that's waived.
Yeah.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thanks.
All right, the next item is 950, High Range Wine and Liquors, Inc. That's the next item I have signed in.
Morning.
Can you put your name on the record? Name?
Biju Nair.
So what, you have 5 stores within, we have 3 stores within 1.2 miles. What are you doing or planning to do that they don't do?
It was a store there. They just moved the license.
Okay, but that doesn't mean we're automatically going to put another one there. So what are you doing that the other stores around you aren't doing?
1 second, sir. My attorney is here. He's waiting outside. Can I call him?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is he the one who signed it up?
Hold on for a second. You want to just hold this
Yeah,
while we, all right.
yeah.
The next item is 932.
Hello again, Robert Romano for Andres Javier. I believe I was recently retained on this, so I believe there was a default, so.
And Mr. Romano, I note for the record, I believe that counsel's office had significant contact with your client, went back and forth with your client to try to resolve something. They obviously dropped off the face of the earth, and then that's when it went to
That's what I
default.
understand happened, and they got a hold of me day before yesterday, I believe, and so here I am.
What became of the citation for overcrowding?
It was apparently there were one night, too many people. The 2 charges stem from one fact pattern, and so.
So I get a lot of calls from the city of Poughkeepsie. They're having issues up there like this. So I'll give him 5,000, but if he ends up here again, that's the end. Because I can't tell you how often they call.
There is, just so you're aware, there is one other.
There's an
notice of
open case, right?
There is an open case.
And what happened to that?
I asked counsel's office if we could discuss that before this morning, but.
What is that charge?
I have a couple, so I'm looking right now. Do you know which case, counsel?
You have a couple with this place?
97785 is what I have.
Yes, I see that. And I see a notice of appearance filed on the 4th of this month.
And what are the charges in that?
Representations in the application, sale for resale, and in a container other than the original sealed container. Those are the 3 charges I see here.
All right, so he can probably live through that.
Okay.
But 5,000 for this one.
5,000.
And I'm assuming you're still litigating that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to do that one?
Right now?
Do you want to do it or no?
I'll listen to an offer. I don't know, to be honest.
Wait, which item we're going to do now?
The open one.
So this would be case 97785?
That's what I have, yes.
I'm
Mark
not
is the
authorized to
attorney.
accept.
Okay,
but-
all right, we won't have, so 5,000 on this one, the other one's still open.
All right. Next item is
Are you
990.
Yeah, I said 5,000.
991 Valley Liquor Shop of Geneseo.
Is High Range here back? You want to get back to that? Let's quickly do
Hey,
that.
actually, I called that one out of order by mistake. so
Okay.
That's not ready to go.
991, you said?
991 is Valley Liquor Shop of
on this. I had submitted an offer of $6,500. I come to you today to see if you would consider anything less. This has been a licensed premise since 1986. They did have a charge in 2013. Had it been a few months more, this would have been considered, I believe, a first-time charge.
All right, so I'll go to 5,000.
Yeah, they actually showed their license, their real license, so 5,000.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a nice day.
All right, the next item is 1016D, RI Park Wine and Liquors, Inc.
So second call, the next one.
Next item is 1,000, Matera Restaurant Incorporated.
Morning, Jonathan Schloss of the law firm of Schloss & Schloss for Me Tierra Restaurant, Inc. This is a conditional no contest offering $10,000 in satisfaction of all claims.
So is all this stuff fixed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Otherwise compliant now, fully food operational, all that kind of stuff?
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you represent these guys consistently?
Me Tierra, we've represented them.
Well, did you do the other case, the other sale and minor? I'm just trying to figure out why that was so high.
I don't know.
There were prior violations.
Oh, they dropped off, okay. All right, I'll accept 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000 accepted.
Next item is 1008, the Casino Restaurant, Inc.
Morning, Jonathan Schloss again, the law firm of Schloss & Schloss. I have with me Edith Oriana, who's the principal of Mi Cocina Restaurant, Inc., and her friend Olga Geraldo, who's not affiliated with the business, just here for purposes of translating to Spanish if necessary. Ms. Oriana does understand English, but just wanting to be on the safe side. Ms. Oriana runs Mi Cocina Restaurant, Inc., which is located at 51 North Main Street in Spring Valley. It's a family restaurant. They have a wine and beer license. They're currently open from 12 to 10 on weekdays, 12 to 12 on Friday and Saturday nights. This time restriction puts Mi Cocina at a distinct disadvantage as compared to others in the immediate area that are open until 4 a.m. and have a more expansive music operation. We've seen the opposition letter from a lieutenant in the Spring Valley Police Department, and I'd like to address it. The lieutenant is concerned with, of course, underage drinking, drug usage, drug sales, strip shows, and prostitution. Obviously, these are quality of life issues, but none of which Mi Cocina has no history of any of that. We appreciate that the DJ or karaoke portion of our method of operation application could be perceived as having a change in the nature of the establishment, and we want to withdraw that portion and want to willing to operate as is with a jukebox for their music only.
Is that because she was operating with the DJ without our approval previously? Because it looks like in the history that she failed to conform to the application, and I might be jumping to a conclusion, but that usually means she has a DJ.
I'm not sure that that was the nature of that. They did pay a fine for things related to books and records, a fine of $6,000 not long ago, but it did not have to do with the DJ.
Is that, am I wrong, or was she not serving food?
I'm checking right now.
Ostensibly, her only request at this point in time is to remain open till 1 o'clock in the weekdays, 2 a.m. on the weekends, to cater to the people who are in the neighborhood.
I know, but that Spring Valley is another place I get a lot of phone calls from, much like Poughkeepsie, as I said earlier. And
Chairman, it had to do with operating after hours, having a DJ.
Right. Which is not, is not the sole concern I have here.
And no food.
And no food.
Yeah.
No food.
So, everything that the police department is concerned about, she already did without our approval. And now she wants to do it legally, which the police department is blatantly saying this is a bad idea. They know their village a lot better than I do. That I know. And I do talk to these guys regularly because they are having significant issues in their village. They believe that us even letting her stay open more will contribute to their problems. And I have to agree with them, given what her history is, given what the situation is in Spring Valley. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Yeah, I'm going to have to vote to deny as well. Lieutenant's is pretty adamant about it, and as the chairman said, they know their community better than we do, so.
They're just looking to remain competitive with people that are open till 4.
Well, I mean, the other reason I see that as somewhat disingenuous is that when she asked for this license, you guys blatantly said that you didn't need to be open longer.
She found that she was getting requests from her patrons.
Well,
to
then,
say-
I mean, but that of course they get requests. That's why Spring Valley Police Department is concerned about it, because that place is turning into, a Club Central in the middle on Saturday night at 2 a.m.
Well, that's why we're coming off of, no, we're not for DJs, not.
Well, if you can go get them to change their mind, then I'll certainly listen to them, like I am here. But it sounds like the police department is not going to change their mind.
So the board would reconsider if.
I'm not going to reconsider. I'm saying that you can reapply if you get a letter from the police department saying they have no objection.
Okay.
All right.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes, yeah.
the next item is 975, Philomar Grocery Store Incorporated. Someone signed in for it. Okay, well, skip over that for now. Is Mr. Molina here? All right. Next item is a request for declaratory ruling. It's item 1016G regarding the 200-foot law and 174 Mott Street.
Are you okay with this?
I'm going for the, on the list I got.
Is this the same attorney?
This, I think, was.
Your item is next. Okay, I'm going through the list I have. I guess we'll skip over that one too.
I don't see him.
The next item
So wait a minute, what are we doing?
is 1016B, SCE Group Incorporated.
What happened to 1016G?
I don't care which one we do first. That's fine.
I don't,
Didn't 16 set aside for now, or what?
Yeah, because
what number is that? I don't have a package store next.
10:07.
All right, so the next item is 10,007 Flushing Avenue Wines, Inc.
Then do the other one first. Guys, this starts at 10.
Yeah, I mean, and you sign in, I'm calling you in the order.
No,
they're signed in.
going forward, if you sign in and you're not in the room, I'm doing your case anyway.
So which one are we doing, 10,007?
No, now that one's
All right, so let me just go. Is anybody here in 975, Fellamar Grocery, Inc.? If nobody's here, it's going back into the pile, you're gonna have to wait. All right. What about that 1016G, the declaratory ruling? You're here for that? Do you want to proceed with that without the, I don't know. if
Is
the
she
attorney-
opposition or are you the client? So who signed it in, the opposition?
They signed in, but it's a request.
Yeah, no,
for-
they're not
It's a
here.
request for declaratory ruling. I'm not sure what the opposition, but you want to hold it? Okay.
I don't know what's going on. I had signed in, they weren't here.
Yes. It's a request for declaratory ruling.
But
Hold on, Mark. So you want to hold on to that then?
Just let him go do his,
All right, so the next item then is 1016B SCE Group Incorporated.
And there's 1016E.
yes, there's two.
I don't know what happened to that.
I know what happened. People are signing things in and going in the hall.
No, but it doesn't matter.
The numbers are not getting in the list I have.
Yeah, okay. Well, I know I signed in for it, but in any event, Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi, this is a disciplinary, actually, there are two disciplinaries. There's a third disciplinary that's ongoing. It's been ongoing for about 6 months now. I have written two extensive controversions to the findings of the hearing officers. If I just may go over this very quickly, the availing charge has no validity.
I read your, and this is, I read your controversion, and I completely disagree with you.
Well,
let me ask you this. Because your theory is that he acted as a manager the entire time, he has no ownership interest, the documents shouldn't have been into evidence, which is a legal argument that the court can decide whether they should be in or not. My concern here is, if he's a manager, why is he guaranteeing loans? That's one.
Okay. Again, he didn't, what happened was, this is the truth. They went in, they saw, he has an interest with them in a place in Queens. Now, if you look at the papers,
Well, I don't care about that. Did he guarantee a loan for this, a personal guarantee for a loan on this premise?
No, he guaranteed, what he signed was a guarantee for a loan in Queens. It came out, this bank, that's why they did away with this bank. This bank just put
Oh,
papers.
then the bank didn't testify. So the paperwork indicates he did guarantee the loan.
No, excuse me. We got a letter from the bank that they admitted their mistake. That's in evidence. They admitted their mistake.
So let me ask you that, and that's just the beginning.
Okay.
So he signs up for his account at Southern Wine and Spirits, and he's listed as the owner there. That's my other concern. My third concern is that the mother's supposed to be a 20% holder.
She is.
The other two partners are 40%.
Correct.
And we have documentation indicating, and I don't know exactly what year it was, that there was a split of the profits between the three of them.
Yeah, no, 40, 40, and 20. That's the way
Well,
it
it
went
didn't
down.
work out to 40, 40, and 20.
It did every time. You see, again.
So let me ask you,
Your Honor.
you know what the documents are. So there's was there a document admitted into evidence that indicated that the mother got $50,000 in profits one year, Mavros got $230,000 in profits in that same year, and Morris got $247,000. That's not 20, 40, 40. But you know what is 20, 40, 40? If you take the son's salary, add it to the mother's $50,000, that's 20%. When you take both partners' salaries that year and add it to what they got in profits, that's 20, 40, 40.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what you're referring to exactly, but I did see all those documents, and there was never a time where they received the total package of about $250 because they had $120 in salary.
I'll read the exhibits to you. You can go back and look at them.
Well, I mean,
Exhibits 29 and 30 are tax-related documents showing profit distributions to the licensees, the mother and the other two partners.
Right.
The mother got $50,000. She's supposed to get 20%. She got $50,000.
Right.
The next partner got $230,000. He's supposed to get 40%. The next partner got $247,000. That's not a split. That's 20%, 40%, 40%.
There are over 1,000 documents, I think, that were submitted in connection with this thing, none of them having a witness testify. I'd have to be perfectly honest, if you say it's 29, I believe you, but I'd have to go look at it myself, and I can show you that she never got that they never got more than their percentage.
Of course they didn't, because now when you take the $130,000 salary that the son gets, along with the other two partners, if you break that out with the partner, with the profit distribution, then you do have 20%, 40%, 40%.
No,
you have an S corporation where it doesn't matter where you're getting your money.
With all due respect,
in my view, I'm an accountant. He's a partner.
I don't I don't have those documents in front of me today. But I can tell you with almost 100% assuredness that it
When,
never.
when
it
did,
never-
when was his felony conviction? What year?
4 or 5.
And when did he get the relief from disabilities?
Almost immediately, I believe. I don't, that was also submitted into evidence. He can work at the premises. There's no problem with, look, the history is this. His father owned the place. Unfortunately, his father died. When his father died, it all went to his mother. His mother, as was shown beyond the shadow of a doubt, is incapable of taking care of herself, let alone an adult.
Yeah, but she
establishment.
wasn't in 2008.
Yes, she was. This woman, you asked to bring her in. She was brought in. There was an interview with her. She doesn't speak too much English. Her interview was conducted in Greek. She explained her trials and tribulations in life. It's documented by physicians' letters as to her depression.
I mean,
as to her
I think from the beginning this was a sham. I'm going to be honest with you.
Mr. Chairman, the owner of that, the man who died, has at least 40 years of experience in the nightclub business. That's his.
No,
background.
I don't doubt that. I'm saying that at the moment that he passed away, that the son became a partner and put it in the mother's name. He has complete financial control over her assets, correct?
Him and his sister.
So if she gets $50,000 or he gets $50,000, it doesn't matter to him because he has control over it.
Mr. Chairman, please, the man and his sister take care of their mother. She's the one that gets the money. She's incapable.
I'm sure that they all share the money together. I don't have I'm not questioning that. My problem was this guy was running this business 100%. There's not a doubt in my mind. You say that there are all these approvals. There's nothing in writing. There's no minutes putting him on the bank statements.
What approval?
That he talked to the other partners 15 times a day. But we have no letters. We have nothing in writing, correct?
The owner testified. He was at the hearing.
Well, it's clear the ALJ didn't believe him.
No, it's not that the ALJ didn't believe him. What the ALJ's findings are extraordinary.
I don't find them extraordinary. I think this guy is more than a 20% partner.
He finds that Constantine doesn't have any percentage of interest, doesn't get any K-1s, doesn't get any profit.
That's true. On paper, he said. Only on paper.
I find this.
I just explained to you how I believe he's getting the profit.
I'm telling you, I don't have the papers in front of me that the mother got 20%.
I mean, there's no question. On paper, the mother is the 20% owner. No question. But I think that's a complete facade.
But not only on paper, she's the one that received the funding. She received 20% of whatever.
She didn't.
But she did.
She didn't receive 20% unless you include his salary.
No, I take exception to that. No. That's not true.
Then go look at Exhibit 29 and 30, because that's what
can we put it over 2 weeks and I'll
No, no, because we have another case here, but that indicates to me that, and he calls himself the boss, he holds himself out as the boss, the partners all agree he's the face of the place. You try to compare it to a manager of TGIF. I don't know too many managers at TGIF that say, I own the place. I don't know them that they put their name in the alcohol records of Southern as the owner.
Well, Mr. Miller, that's not fair either, because in the record it says he's personally guaranteed loans, business loans of the.
And that was my next point.
You've got corporate overdraft protection lines that are signed where he identifies himself as one of 3 owners. Bank loan documents list him as one of 3 owners. This is all in evidence. He identifies himself on bank documents as the president, vice president, and secretary on various different bank documents. The IRS is sending him tax documents, right, to the licensed establishment. He identifies himself as the chief executive officer with the New York State Department of State, and he identifies himself to a wholesaler as the owner. So there's an incredible amount of documentation that your client is availing himself of this license. And this is all in the record, Mr. Mailer.
That's the issue. It's the aggregate of all of this stuff that just adds up.
He is not the owner, has never been the owner. The only witnesses that testified was a certified public accountant who the ALJ credited. There is nothing he does not. Listen, why, if this were true, if what you were saying were true, why would he put on the other 2 gentlemen? What was his purpose? The other man is somebody who's run and still runs a number of these adult
It's obvious that he runs none of this.
But
he's not even here.
Sure he is.
Now, perhaps they needed, I mean, I can think of a multitude of reasons why they would need other 2 partners, but I don't need to do that. because I think that there's enough evidence here to show that this guy is a partner, and we didn't know about it.
He's not
And
a partner. He's
So
not.
I mean, we can go talk about the next case, but I am at revoke on this one.
Well, then the other one is.
Well, I'm going to revoke on that one, too,
But
just for the record.
If you, there seems to be, if you revoke on the first one, isn't the second one moot in a sense?
No.
Because there's no longer a license. How can you have no jurisdiction once you revoke?
I don't believe that's true. We cancel for the record all the time. Why can't we revoke for the record?
When I'm there, you don't cancel. I mean, I've never brought this up before, but
I mean, I haven't had, I don't recall the situation where I've revoked two with an attorney here, but we frequently have cases that come in that we've already revoked and we revoke again. I can only take one bond. I agree with that.
Okay, because once the license is terminated by the liquor authority, then
Well,
the
it's not
jurisdiction
terminated
ends.
until we actually send it to you.
No, but I'm saying, once you do it once, doing it again. But then let me at least
So
address.
we issue two orders dated the same date.
But one,
Because
one is at
you
the-
and I both know where this, is going to go. You're going to go and appeal it. And my view is you need to appeal both of them, not one of them. So this does not make this moot. Now, you can argue to a judge that it's moot, and if he agrees with you, then you win. But-
Can I at least argue with respect to the second one that you have 13 charges, you have 11 dismissed, 10 directly dealing with alleged problems within the premise?
Well, so let's go to the next one. I'm revoking and bonding on this one. I don't know where Commissioner Ford is.
813, yes. I think there's like I said before, a sustained pattern of behavior here that I think sustains the charges, which is the ALJ sustained as well, so I'm revoking as well.
All right, well.
So now, 1016E, I'll dismiss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12, sustain 11 and 13. Now you can talk about what you...
All right. In terms of the first 10 were all 106 subdivision 6 violations, all of which were dismissed because it was proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that this place is run in an orderly manner. Yes, things happen. There are 150,000 people that walk through those doors every year. This is no different in a sense than Yankee Stadium when they have their crowds.
Come on.
No, it's not.
You're
It's not.
comparing this strip club to Yankee Stadium? How many people get stabbed in Yankee Stadium every year? I think I can answer that without checking.
I can't do at a Boston game. This happens more than you. All right, so I mean, it's not like this is unheard of, and they have a specific unit dedicated to Yankee Stadium because
And there's people firing gunshots into Yankee Stadium?
There was one day of somebody walking by, and it's all on film, it's all on video. It was shown. He just walked by.
I just dismissed those charges. I'm not.
But you address it. I'd like to address that. I mean, somebody who walks by. This is in the 40th precinct. This is the captain of the police department testified that this is the worst precinct or one of the worst precincts in the city
And
of
I
New York.
think that this place contributes to it. And and
with all due respect,
and if we want to talk about the police department, I think that they need, at least this precinct needs to be looked at as well, because there were numerous, and when I say numerous, I mean dozens of arrests in or around this location.
No.
Yes, 103 summonses over a one-year period, criminal summonses.
No, but-
we did not get one referral until we asked for it.
Okay.
We had to go and ask for it. They're supposed to, by law, send them to us, and I'm questioning why that is.
Well, I'm telling you that it didn't happen in and around the premises. If you look at what was
Not in the
submitted,
parking lot.
No, there were a couple in the parking lot, but three at most. There were, every time something happened, all of a sudden this establishment was named on the papers. Take one of the real egregious ones. Somebody was beat up in his apartment, which is about 2 or 3 blocks. Actually, I think it's 1/8 of a mile away from this premises. And he said earlier that evening he had been to the establishment. All of a sudden, this became something that was part of the establishment.
So that explains away one of the 103 in a year period.
The 103. None of those things were proven. Nothing. Listen, again, I'm
They
trying
were
to.
criminal summons written by the NYPD in or around the location. And you're telling me that I need to prove them? You know that we don't.
No. Well, you have to prove that there was an occurrence. There wasn't an occurrence in and around the
the
premises.
summons indicates that there was an occurrence.
No, if you
to
look at the body of the report, no, it did not take place in and around the premises. Yes, there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents in the parking lot, but other than that, there was an incident of a shooting that took place. Somebody got shot. He got shot about 500 feet away on the main thoroughfare of 130th
They never
Street and
caught the
Park.
guy.
But he had
So
many-
that's not one of the
okay,
103.
but take that one as a great example. What happened, in the report, it said something started inside of Sin City and then was transferred out, and eventually somebody got shot on 130th
So that
Street
goes
Park.
into the 154 criminal
No,
complaints
but wait,
between
wait.
2014 and
When-
2015.
When the video was shown of what happened and nothing occurred inside Sin City, it showed without a shadow of a doubt that the report was false, that there was nothing, not that it was false, but understand, the police are not there. What they do is
It sounds like they're there every night.
No. Listen.
The same two police officers are stationed in their car out in front of this place at least every Friday and Saturday night.
The police officers were some of my best witnesses. They said
I know.
No. They said that Sin
I
City,
raised my eyebrows at that, too.
Okay, but they said that Sin City was not the problem. They said that they named the other.
They
places
also
in the area.
said that it's gotten better because the stabbings and the murders have gone down.
No. They said that, no, it's not a question
Is
of
that, am I
stabbings.
wrong, counsel, that was what they testified to?
That's what we have.
No, it's not a question of stabbings. I mean, you're making this sound like this is an everyday occurrence. No. There were.
Mr. Mailer, I have 103 criminal summonses in 12 months. That, to me, is twice a week.
You know, criminal summonses can be something as light
It's
as
also makes
urination,
it a police focal point.
No.
And then we have,
the police said it's not
let
a
me
focal
continue.
point.
In addition to that, we have 154 criminal complaints in and around the premises, and we also have, allegedly a tremendous security system that suddenly, with a metal detector, we have guns and knives inside the place.
There's not one instance of a gun.
We have witness testimony that people were waving guns in the bar.
No.
Yes, there was. Am I wrong in that?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What did someone testify that one of the witnesses that someone had a handgun in the bar?
I don't recall right off the top of my head, but I think it's.
No, I don't know where you're getting this. In a 4-year period, there are 2 reports of slashings inside the premises. That's 2 in 4.
Knives that are supposed to go through metal detectors.
Of 150,000 people that come in and out of that place, I mean, you take an airport. You're saying with all the security that happens there, things happen. This is not 100%, but this is about as close as you're going to get. 150,000 people a year, 2 slashings over a 4-year period, and we're talking about numerous knife fights and gunfights. This doesn't happen. This does not happen in the place. There seems to be an exaggeration of those 103 that you're talking about.
Then I have a situation where in 2015 again, the security guards were assaulted.
That's the one we're talking about.
And then the police came in an effort to try to arrest someone for the assault, and the security guards refused to cooperate.
That's not true. That is absolutely incorrect.
Every time I bring something up, it's amazing to me that you acknowledge that it's not true.
I don't know what you're reading because
I'm reading the notes of the testimony as well as the decision by the ALJ.
Every police officer that testified said that this premises cooperated every time they asked for anything. Tapes, videos, addresses, whatever they wanted. Every time, every police officer said that.
It was Gus Dracopoulos who testified, and he said that they did not, and it's Exhibit 38 as well, and he said the security guards who were assaulted refused to cooperate with the detectives or the district attorney.
That's...
Well, Mr. Mailer, also, every time, in the record, we don't have 50 events, 100 events, 200 events, 300 events, 400 events, 500 events. I have 582
Over
events.
what period of time?
From June 1st, 2015 to June 26, 2016.
No, that's not, I don't know where you're getting
And then there's
but that's not
testimony
true.
from your client that we don't call 911 if it's a simple assault.
What a simple assault is when two
Is
people...
he a lawyer?
No.
Is he a police officer?
No.
So how does he determine what's a simple assault?
I mean, I push you, you push me, they break it up, that's considered an assault, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay, so you just escort them out the door?
A punch in the face, no major injury, that's considered an assault.
But you
is
don't
that
see-
simple to him or
you
not?
You don't see punches in the face. They do this.
How do we know that? He doesn't report
Exactly.
them.
No, it's not a question of him not reporting
He
them.
says he doesn't report if there's no apparent injury.
Exactly.
You can't have an assault with injury and the injury not be apparent.
I'm telling you, the two people start going into it, 20 guards break it up immediately, nothing really happens. That's it. Again,
That's
you wanna go
your
back to
version
Yankee
of it, but
Stadium?
why should they, if there's a fight, why should they be deciding what's a simple assault and what isn't?
But there wasn't a fight. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're making assumptions that are not in the record. You're saying, you're just assuming the worst.
He says it's part of the security guard's job description to be assaulted. That's your client's testimony.
So
So there's a crime that was committed that they're not calling 911 on because they've decided that it's not serious enough.
If the guard is pushed and he gets the person out the door, that's considered
And
an
if he's
assault,
hit with a
is it not?
chair, does he do the same thing?
I'm sorry, what?
If he's hit with a chair, does he do the same thing? Oh, I don't.
He's not hit with a chair.
My point is, it's not their determination. They don't get to decide what's a simple assault. If there's a fight, they're supposed to be calling the police. If they're slashed, they're supposed to be cooperating with the police.
But they are.
No, all I can go is on what's in front of me, and what's in front of me says they're not.
No, I disagree entirely with the statements being made. They cooperated every time.
You have the.
They had all the
get the
tapes.
decision?
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Well, it's clear in the decision, page 14 of 30, that the security guards did not cooperate with the police or the district attorney when they were slashed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know where that came from. I mean, if you read the transcript, which is obviously available as well, you'll see that there was nothing of that nature that ever took place, ever. So I mean, you know, the thing that completely boggles my mind is how the ALJ came to the conclusion that this place is not being run properly when she dismisses all 10 of the 1066 violations.
I'll tell you how. There were, and whether you say it's one every 100,000, one whatever, they have a metal detector, and there are people getting in with knives and razor blades.
Mr. Chairman.
And there's video apparently where they're seeing people walk around the metal detector.
No, it's just not true. It's not true. We showed the ALJ every videotape of the incidents that were given to us, and we showed that none of that was taking place. Again, the best example being that shooting.
You're telling me that there wasn't razor blades in the place? Security guards got slashed with them.
No, I don't know if it was a razor blade, but something slashed them. It was never determined what it was.
And wasn't there a stabbing inside the bar?
I think that's the same incident. You're referring to the same thing.
I don't know that I am referring to the same.
There were
incident.
two of them in a 1-year period. Two of them. And again, is anything in this world 100%? No. But out of 150,000 people, 2 incidents does not a crime wave make. And again, I go back to Yankee Stadium, where if you want to see blood, just go to a Boston game and you'll see blood every time they show up. So I really don't understand the analogy here. It's just
I don't understand yours, because I go to plenty of Yankee games and I don't see what's going on there that happens here. And the Yankees have 50,000 people and they might make 2 or 3 arrests a night. It sounds like you guys have several hundred people and you're doing 2 arrests a week.
Over 4 years, and you have approximately 26 incidents that are documented in some way, of which 10 are the 1066 violations.
The ALJ referred to 103 criminal court summonses issued at or in front of the licensed premises or in the parking lot in a 12-month period.
That had to do with when they exited. There were tickets.
But that's police focal point.
No. Excuse me. They were ticketed for cars, for double parked cars. They were
That's
ticketed.
not a criminal summons.
That's what we're talking about. Those are the summonses, those pink summonses that were issued. That's what we're talking about. Read the transcript. You'll see what they said. We're talking about urination, maybe in the area. And again, the other finding of this ALJ was that there is no residential presence in the area. The cops admitted that they hadn't gotten any calls, maybe 3 noise complaints in a 4-year period. She made the specific finding.
Noise seems to be the only thing they're not doing.
They're not.
That I'll agree with.
No, there's no.
That's because, as you said, there's nothing around.
There's no one in the area that complains about anything in this place. They are not a bad place. You're making assumptions of things that didn't take place.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
And just like in the other case, it's the aggregate of all of it.
And you just pointed out there's 10 disorderly premises charges which were properly dismissed because they were spontaneous incidents. But the bottom line is they were incidents.
Over a 4-year period. It started in 2012 or 13.
Well, but the large majority of them are 2014 and 15.
10 incidents, 10 1066 violations over 4 years, none of which
and
was
that's
sustained.
what we heard about. Because as I said, the police department has had major issues referring cases from this place to us. That I have no idea why. But they're required by law to refer every time they are called there, and they don't.
We're talking, first of all.
And I think I know why, and we're not going to get into why, but I think I have a pretty good idea why.
Mr. Chairman, you're making assumptions that are not true. There's no problem with this place. Well, you revoked on the other one, so I mean, this is really an exercise in futility. But I take strong exception to throwing out 103 criminal summonses. There were summonses.
That's not the sole reason. I mean, as I pointed out, there's 154 criminal complaints. There's a situation where your security guards are not cooperating.
That's not true.
There's a policy apparently that at simple assaults we don't call the police. The police testified that since June 16. That Sin City was probably the worst since 2006 in the precinct. It's the largest caseload of that precinct.
But what the captain said was that since since 2016, all of 2016, as per the other police officer and the captain, this place is not a problem to them. This is not a problem to them.
It's good for them. It's a problem for me.
Look, you've done what you've done, and I guess we'll have to do what we have to do. But I don't really equate what you're saying.
And just so it's clear for the record, there is a patrol car that is dedicated to this place. They testified on Friday and Saturday night. There's somebody parked in front of it.
No, what the two police officers that are in that car stated without any equivocation is that there was a point where this thing was the Sin City car. It stopped being the Sin City car. It was a roving car that went along to all of the places in the area.
Not all. There's three.
Well, three.
And they were told to go to Sin City first, and if everything was quiet, then go to the other ones.
No, that's not true.
That's Inspector Hennessy testified to that.
The captain said
the club car spends the majority of its time at Sin City.
The only reason that came up was that Sin City is open every day of the week, and the other places are only open on weekends. So that's why it was sent there.
Once again, to be clear, there are 6 marked patrol cars and 2 to 3 unmarked vehicles, which means one of 8 to 9 cars has to be dedicated to this place in the precinct.
It is not there all the time. The officers testified that it is not there all the time. Somebody has to read this transcript. I mean, seriously, this is taken completely out of context. If you read the transcript, you have the police captain saying...
I don't know if you've read the decision. Now, maybe the ALJ didn't read the transcript, but I'm reading from the decision.
I put a controversy into what she said. It's not, the transcript is not what she's saying in certain instances. It's not.
I mean, here, the patrons, you touted throughout the hearing their great security plan. The patrons go through a metal detector and then are patted down for weapons, drugs, and then wanted.
Right.
Yet they get knives and razor blades. I don't care if it happens once or twice. It happened.
What happens at Kennedy Airport when they get through with God knows what? I mean, these people take tremendous precautions.
I don't regulate Kennedy Airport.
I understand, but I mean, for you to make a statement that I don't care if it's once, that's not fair. It just isn't fair.
Well, it was more than once.
It was twice out of 150,000 patrons.
It's twice we heard about.
But you keep.
How many clubs have their own police car?
How many clubs have their own police car?
Yeah. Not a lot that I can think of.
It's not you take any one of these places, they have these club cars that go around to these premises. It's a prophylactic approach so that nothing happens to any of them. They go from place to place. That's what they were saying here. This wasn't the problem. The police.
Whoa. It initially was called the Sin City car.
That's right. And then it became the club car because
the other two probably got bad as well, so they had to start moving it around. But it doesn't matter. The point is that to me, everything I've said completely substantiates the police focal point. There's absolutely no question that the stuff that came out in this hearing, that the police had to spend an inordinate amount of time here.
Not true.
Well,
not true.
Absolutely. And Mr. Mailer, I mean, you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, your client also has another establishment that does not have a liquor license,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So it's not like we have the power to go in and close the doors on your establishment. What we're talking about here is the privilege of a liquor license. You would agree with that, correct?
For all intents and purposes, it's
Right,
closed, it's
so-
done. If you take away the liquor license,
Well,
there's no-
your
there's no-
client's business model is not our responsibility. We're here to regulate the privilege of a liquor license.
I couldn't agree with you more, but that's not what the issue is. Without the ability to traffic in alcohol, this place
But
has
you would
to
agree
close
that
down.
the ability to traffic in alcohol is a privilege under the law, not a right.
Of course it is. So,
Okay.
but I mean,
Well,
if
it's a
you
privilege
break,
that
if you break
no,
the
but-
law, then you face
Correct, and
consequences.
this
If
is
you
a
don't break the law-
situation where that privilege has been abused.
It has not been abused. It just has not been abused. This is the chairman is making.
I
assumptions.
might have seen three, since I've been here, I might have seen three places that, to me, on paper, look as bad as this place. So I think it has been abused.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore, but I've labeled, I showed you categorically there are 26 actual incidents, or whatever you want to call it, that have some specificity about it, 10 of which being the 1066, and another 16 which were put into evidence. Of those 16, somebody came in once and said he was a police officer and was not allowed in and was escorted over to the police. A woman comes into the premises, or actually she didn't even make it into the premises, saying that her common-law husband or something was beating her, where we don't know, but she comes into the premises. I mean, all of this all of a sudden becomes attributable to Sin City. Read the underlying facts of these things.
I did. I mean, I've got enough facts here. I mean, and he's council talked about 582 events at the premises, and he didn't bring up that over a 3.5-year period, there were 145 911 calls related to the place, most of which were not made by an employee of the premise.
No.
Well, that's what the facts that I got say.
But no, what you got were reports of, and police officers readily admitting they weren't part of this thing. They just documented things. Every time.
As they're required to.
No. What they did was, because Sin City is the only establishment in the area, whatever happened in that
You just
area.
said it's not. You just told me before there's three others.
No, I'm talking in the 40th
I mean, two
precinct.
others.
No, but not next to this place, within the confines of the 40th precinct. They're not next
You
to each
can't
other.
have it both ways. Your first point when you got up here is you're telling me that nobody lives in the area.
That's true.
So if there's events going on, criminal activity, then who else is it related to if it's not related to them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I told you, there was one where somebody said he was beaten in his
But
apartment.
can we agree
and
that
then in
if
the
there's
same-
152 criminal incidents, that at least a significant amount of them are going to be related to the lone business that's in that area?
When you say incidents, that's what I'm getting at. The police couldn't verify that these were incidents that took place in and around Sin City. You only had the police
The
officer in
information
charge-
I have is that there's enough information relating these incidents to the bar that it's enough for me to sustain those two charges.
ALJ's
So we are, and as you pointed out, we're wasting your time and mine,
You're right.
and everybody else's.
All right. So.
So that's revoked for the record for me.
Yeah, revoke for the record.
I'll do your two disciplinary, and then we'll do the.
Then Mr. Buscemi's, I'll stand up on
The
it.
next item is 904, Zaman Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
Mr. Buscemi put in a CNC.
I'll accept.
We're accepting CNC 3,000? Yes, accept.
Thank you.
What's the other one?
Next item is 920, Dom Music Box Corp.
Correct. Again, that's Mr. Buscemi's, he put in a CNC.
I'll accept. 4,500 accept.
Mr. Wright? Where's Mr. Wright? Are you ready on the other matter? All right, we're going to call you, all right, this is now number 1007, Flushing Avenue Wines, LLC.
For the record, I accept the other one, too.
Yep. Sorry.
Again, Martin Miller of Miller and Buscemi, I have my client with me, but there's opposition, so I suppose you want them to go. Thank you.
Your client is here, though?
He's right here.
Okay. No.
1007.
Good morning, Glenn Wright. I represent Fay Wing Liquors, Inc. With me is the owner, the principal, and his son, who will interpret. We're opposing this liquor store, Flushing Avenue Wines. I submitted something last Friday regarding this.
Yeah, we received it.
Great. And Mr. Miller has submitted a couple letters. I made some requests. I don't believe I have the March 30th letter, but I'll go forward anyway. He quotes as evidence that the area is growing demographics a mile radius around it, and quotes those numbers and projections about how it's expected to continue growing. I used the zip code in my numbers, which show from 2010 to 2015, there's only a 7% increase. And
That's actually, you don't think that that's a big increase for that area?
Well, for
I thought it was myself.
2,800 people.
Well, I mean, given that there already is an increase, and it is, I think, academic that there is a significant amount of investment that's going to be in that area over the next 10 years.
It's going to be, yeah, but I think that the zip code is even too large parameter to look at, aside from a mile. Where this store is located, it runs along the Brooklyn Navy Yard, and it's 14 blocks wide and exactly 1 block, north-south, and it's blocked by the edge of the BQE. So the BQE is a major demarcation line that runs along 1 block from between the Brooklyn Navy Yard and then the BQE, and then it curves around about 7 blocks down and cuts off that area. To the west is a park. So you're really talking about a sliver of land that this would feed from, because directly on the other side of BQE, 1 avenue up is 4 straight liquor stores that are literally within 7 blocks of each other. 2 are within 1 block of each other. So, coming from the south, I mean, you've got a block of 4 liquor stores directly due south of the applicant.
What kind of store does your client have?
It's a Bulletproof. And the 2 stores within the sliver, one is my client, Bulletproof, and then the other opposition we were waiting on is an open floor plan that has wine tastings. I attached his Yelp reviews to my opposition, just talking about the fact that he is going to be catering to an upscale market. In addition, out of the nearest...
The applicant?
No.
Your client's going to cater to upscale?
No. Grape Shot. What I said is there's 2 stores within the sliver, my client and then an open floor plan who's here.
Okay.
And the other one is 64 Deaf doing business as Grape Shot.
They're open?
Out of the nearest... I'm sorry?
Grape Shot is open?
Yes.
Open floor plan?
Yeah, it's been open, yeah. And out of the nearest 7, 4 are open floor plan, and 4 are have wine tastings and wine education.
But other than you and your client and Grape Shot, everybody else is on the other side of 278.
Well, that's right, yeah, or the way it curves.
And on Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
Okay.
So this area that they say is growing, I've been out there twice, once on a Saturday afternoon and once at 8 o'clock on a weeknight, and it was completely deserted. I did not see any high rises. I would submit that the applicant has given you several maps, and those are mostly prospective high-rises developments that they say are planned. But right now, and immediately surrounding this proposed store is, junkyards and gas stations and really vacant factories. As a matter of fact, 2 blocks to the west of this proposed store, another factory just went out of business, and that employed several hundred people, and it's in my client's direction, so it'll impact him more. That, I believe, is a Sweet and Low factory, so that's gone out. I hope these high rises eventually come, but in the meantime, there's going to be a lot of pressure on all the other stores that are catering to this small population. I mean, the BQE is a demarcation line. I believe the opposition will talk about the lack of development in the area or what's proposed, but on that point, the applicants on his block plot diagram, he said there's a grocery store next to him, and there isn't. I didn't see it, so I'm wondering.
Sure he'll explain that.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if it's not only future development that he's talking about, but literally, the block plot diagram is based on some vision he has of how this area is going to develop.
But is Kelver Liquors here?
I don't think
Clever?
so. No, they're not here.
Are they open regularly?
Yeah, it's all, yeah,
Every day?
pretty much.
Because their sales numbers make no sense. I don't know how they're paying their rent.
The owner is not actually on location, and he did mention to us about plans to sell it as well. He proposed it to us to try to sell it to us as well.
Can you send somebody out to him?
I would also note that Clever Liquors, there's another liquor store 1 block away from it, so that could.
No, I'm just looking at the numbers compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
He's the biggest store in the area, but his numbers are literally 1/10 what everybody else's are.
Well, with 1 block away, competition, that might be an explanation.
But
anyway.
it might explain to 50%, not 100%.
Okay, and also within the zip code, I did put in that there's a 35% poverty level, people below the poverty level, directly south, where you're talking about these bulletproof stores and Clever.
Who else is bulletproof besides your client?
My client, Clever, and 403 Myrtle Discount. The rest are all open. So three out of the 7.
Have you read Mr. Mailer's business model for his applicant?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, it's significantly different than your clients.
Well, my clients, but, I'm also here talking about what else is available in the area. 4 of the other 7 are boutique stores. But I would point out that this is, to differentiate yourself by saying you're going to be carrying wines from Georgia, Hungary, Slovenia, Macedonia, Croatia. I mean, is this a contest to pick the most obscure?
No, I don't think I don't. Yeah, he's talking about artisanal stuff, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the selection in his business plan. It's the context to find the most esoteric, wines he could find. And, organic biodynamic is certainly not unique in Brooklyn. That's mentioned many times.
No, but
in the letter.
it's certainly different than what your client's supplying.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Can we let the other guys go then, unless you have something else to add?
Yeah, I got something else. I would point out that the floor plan he submitted also doesn't seem to really make sense. I mean, it seems like it's a 1-story store. The first floor is 1,300 square feet, and only 1,600 square feet will be retail space. 600.
Okay,
So
we'll ask him.
So the diagram, the rendering he submitted last Friday is the entire footprint of the store. And when you look into the store through the open windows, you can see that the corner room in that rendering is already built out. So it looks like the rest of the footprint will be retail space. Even this tasting center will be retail space. So I think that's another inconsistency that I'm sure they'll be able to explain. Also, I did submit a letter to enforcement back on March 7th regarding this applicant, Benjamin Cavallero. I mean, I don't think it's certainly frivolous allegations. There's a store, Trey Marie, which is on 1069 Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn, and the domain name for that store is registered to Benjamin Cavallero. It's under his control. I would submit that could be considered a financial interest. Also, there's things online that he's the founder and proprietor of that store. Also,
what's the name of the store?
It's called Trey Marie Wines Corp. When I submitted this to enforcement, I also forwarded it to Kerry O'Brien and the Secretary's office and asked her to track this application, because I thought that there might be somebody might look into that.
Well, I'm sure they did.
So essentially, there's branding and marketing stuff online that Benjamin Cavallero is the founder and proprietor, and I attached that to my opposition as exhibits of this Atlas Wine Merchants. The corporate name is Trey Marie. Now, in addition to that, which I sent to enforcement, the principal on the license's wife talks about her husband's partners in Trey Marie, and he is the only principal.
Talks about it where?
Talks about it on Facebook, and I submitted that to enforcement. So she's referring to partners. He's the only principal according to State Liquor Authority records. Mr. Cavallero is branded himself as the proprietor, founder, and even when he applied for the domain name for this store, Navy Yard Wines, his contact information was Atlas Wine Merchants, and that was February 3rd after this application was filed. So he's using a mailing address, an email address at this other liquor store that he's online as being the proprietor and founder of, as well as that store has talking about all their other, and also on Facebook, I submitted this to enforcement. There's people that say that they're investors in Atlas Wine Merchants. They're other people. So, and you know, once again, only principals. So I submit that, you know, that would be another thing that maybe this applicant, whether or not there's possible availing. And I don't think that allegations like this should just be handled off the cuff based on what I can find
If it
on
went to
Google.
enforcement, I'm sure it was looked into.
Okay, but
I
it-
don't have the outcome of it, but
Okay, but we are deciding this application now, and what I can find on Google shouldn't be dispositive of anybody's liquor store application. So I did send this to enforcement 2
I
months
just
ago.
said,
for-
I'm sure that they got it.
Okay.
And that they looked into it. And if there was a positive finding or a risk, they would have notified us.
And it goes-
But I'm sure I'm going to ask Mr. Mailer about it as well.
Is there anything else you want? You want to talk about your inventory at all? Do you carry?
We have other people behind you, so we really do have to.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I don't think, they're fine.
Got your points there, Counselor.
Hi, my name is Diego Faccioli. I'm the owner of Grape Shot Wine and Spirits that is located in 1,300 feet away from the applicant and is a boutique store, 3 blocks away, and is absolutely not bulletproof. I submit a letter when with the number of the cells.
How long have you been there?
From 4 years ago, more or less. August 31st is my. I had a chance yesterday night to see the application that the applicant did, and they say they are going to be a unique store, and when I read it, it was exactly my store. It's 100% matching what I do. Is natural biodynamic wine, unique obscure wine, wine education, weekly tasting, e-commerce, every local producer possible from Brooklyn. Actually, Friday, we have a Friday night tasting. We have people from Brooklyn coming in. I mean, there is nothing unique about this place. And
Well, it might not be unique to you, but
yeah.
but there's 3 bulletproof stores within half a mile of this place, so it's unique to them.
Absolutely, but I am 1,300 square foot away. I have some picture here to show you what there is in between us.
Okay.
Can I
Yeah.
give it to you? Yeah. So, like I said in a letter, I put the number on. Like I said in a letter, between us there is 1,300 square foot of 1 coffee shop, 2 gas stations, 2 parking lots, one in one side, one in the other one, and 1 warehouse. So I understand that I got a license 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I don't remember, for the development of the area. That didn't happen. I'm still there, and my numbers are going down. If you see, this year.
I don't
sir.
see.
Yes, this year the numbers are going down. It's 285,000, is almost half of the year. And in between us also, there is no, from their application, if you see it there is no any residential development in between us. 0. The residential development is going to be in the other side of the BQE. It's all commercial. It's all just job units. They say, oh, these 3,000 people, these 3,000 people. People are going in an AVR and Steiner Studios to work. And they don't come to buy wine. I'm there for 3-4 years. That's why I'm struggling.
Okay.
They are saying about a development in my area that is going to happen in Hall Street and Ryerson, I don't remember.
Yeah.
The development right now, everybody has been evicted. So I lost also their residential part, and they are going to be ready in 3 years. How may I survive? I don't know if I made a picture.
Yeah, are all your numbers for
Yes.
fiscal year starting on September 1st? For 13,
Yes,
14, 15, and
yes.
16? Okay. So
Exactly.
you're still in fiscal year 16 right now?
Exactly. That's why I did the,
All right.
I give you the number when I send it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I apologize if this comes out somewhat disjointed, but I just received this morning a
Could you
100-page.
just put your name on the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Peter Duhamel. I have 6668 Washington Avenue, which abuts Grape Shot to the south.
You own the building, or you have a liquor store?
No, I don't have a liquor store. I owned the building until recently, converted it to condos. I own 3 units, including a storefront, and
That is next to Grape Shop?
Correct.
Grape Shot, I'm sorry.
Grape Shot, correct.
Okay.
And in terms of the competitiveness of this, I find it telling that in the presentation, there was no mention of Grape Shot. In some obscure map later on, they talk about, it says, looking to bring product and services integrated, does not currently feature this kind of operation. It refers to Exhibit 1, photos of the existing stores in the area. I don't see Grape Shot in that. My photocopies are somewhat blurred. I don't see any reference to it. So in their mind, there must be some overlap in terms of the redundancy of what they're offering compared to what Grape Shot is offering.
But that may be, I'm sure he would agree with that. I don't see how that's really that big an issue. If there is redundancy, it's a question of whether there's too much of it, in my mind.
Okay, then perhaps I misread.
I mean, we're not here to make sure that there isn't fair competition. We're here to make sure that we don't have a liquor store on every corner, which is different.
Okay, but I thought there would also be a concern about the economic viability of stores to which licenses have already been issued.
I don't know if I'd say economic viability. I would say that there's a concern in our experience that when there's too many liquor stores, stores tend to break the law. That's the way we look at it. Meaning that they start doing sales to minors, or they do things that they're not supposed to be doing. So it's not really an economic argument that we're concerned about them staying in business, because at the end of the day, there's still supposed to be competition.
Okay, but if I understood you, when you're talking about that there are not too many shops on the corners or something like that, what difference does it make? If economics do not factor into that equation, then what difference does it make if there's a liquor store every block?
I don't make the law. All I can do is follow it.
I don't mean to be argumentative.
I'm just telling you what the law is.
I'm trying to understand what the parameters are, because I don't want to waste your time with irrelevant.
Public convenience and advantage. If we find that there is a public convenience to adding another store, then we should add it. If we find that so it's not really whether it's going to push somebody out of business or not. It's whether it's going to be advantageous to the public.
Right, we're not here to restrict competition.
Okay, I can understand that. So the fact that they refer to a food mart that is going to draw what has been the little bit of pedestrian traffic passing Grape Shot during the week to go to Fresh Fanatic at the corner to get their sandwiches and go back. They start going to a food mart, he's going to lose that. It's interesting that the list of, I think it was 188 people who signed in favor of a boutique cuts 2 ways. Because that's 188 people who are not going to continue to go to Grape Shot. I mean, I understand your concerns, but with all due respect, it sounds a little callous in terms of the sensitivity.
There's no question it is.
Oh, okay.
But the law usually is insensitive.
Well, I'm a former assistant U.S. attorney, so I sort of
well, then you know that.
Yeah, I know, but I I like to remain optimistic and somewhat idealistic in that,
that's good.
This kind of action, it just has, because it impacts me. Our block has gone nowhere. I've been there 12 years. I was there when the Brig was still where this location is. When you could get lap dances at the corner for the first 3 years I was there. When they had a hip-hop club with a liquor license on our block where a cop shot a guy to death, where my tenants were getting bullet holes in their cars. Finally, we got that cleared out, but it's still, we point to Grape Shot as like, this is our future. That's losing. I got a store that's been vacant for 5 years. Thor Equities, which is a pretty big commercial investment company, bought 68 2.5 years ago. They have not had a tenant. They are now putting it on the market for sale. I guess this is all irrelevant. I'm not going to repeat like.
Do you have a relationship with Grape Shot? I'm not.
No. I think he does a great job. I mean, the door's open. People go by. Ciao, Diego. I mean, he's part of the community. It's not like it's the furthest thing you could have from a Bulletproof. I mean, he's enmeshed in the
I
fabric.
definitely have that idea. There's no
Yeah,
question
and
about
it's
that.
just,
There's a Wegmans that's coming in here.
I
correct?
know, that's
Well,
great too.
well,
But that's way down Navy. That's.
All right, well, why don't we listen to what Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mailer has
All
to
right.
say, and
Thanks
then,
for your time.
you
I
know,
appreciate
thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. As I pointed out in my papers, and as the applicant's principal will point out with greater detail, this is an area of tremendous growth. Every trend is up. The population trends are up. The residential presence that's coming in there, the commercial presence is astounding as to what's going on. As Commissioner Ford just pointed out, there's a Wegmans coming in. I believe it's going to be the first Wegmans in the downstate area. Wegmans does its homework before it comes.
How far is that from where you're going to be?
We can show you all of this. We do have a map here, and what's also been pointed out, which is absolutely correct, this is the BQE. All of these stores are on the other side of the BQE, some of which are Bulletproof stores. The only store that has any significant, this is the other Bulletproof store that is on this side. Which, by the way, all of these stores except for Clever have had increases. I mean, even Grape Shot has had increases, so I don't know what, you know.
Well, he was pointing to 2016, where it looks like he's flat, at a minimum flat, but.
Yeah, but the point is, it's not going down. And with all of this construction that's coming up, this area is one of incredible growth. This is one of the areas that the city is promoting, the Brooklyn Navy Yard, in terms of what is happening here. There are ferries that are coming in. There's Wegman that's coming in. All of this commercial.
Oh, that's where they're parking those new ferries, right? I forgot about that. Okay.
Right. All of this is, and again, he will explain this in greater detail than I can, but he's not in competition with any of these stores. In terms of the Bulletproof stores, God bless him, he's not even interested in any of the commercial products that he's selling, the Doers of this world, that sort of thing. That's not what he's doing. I'm not in a position to actually explain this. He is. He will explain. Even Grape Shot, he's not in competition with Grape Shot. Grape Shot has its products, and if his clientele wants those products, they'll stay loyal to him. He's offering something completely different. And besides, he's going to be an 80% wine shop and only a 20% liquor store. And I believe Grape Shot is more 50-50 in terms of what it does. And they're not going to be selling the same products. Yeah, there might be some overlap, but let my client explain this to you, and also explain this growth in Wegmans and where everything is. And there's a 430 condo unit that's directly next to this place that's going up.
Well, so let me ask you, before you do that, though, about the issue Mr. Wright brought up about his affiliation with the other liquor store.
To be perfectly honest, I've never seen Mr. Apparently he put it in last Friday, and the other thing that he did went to the enforcement.
No,
bureau.
but does he have an interest in another liquor store?
No, please let him.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Come on.
No, I do not. That is my friend's store, and I did the logo for him, and I also registered the website, but that's it. So I have no actual affiliation with that store.
And the website's still registered in your name, or just sell it to him?
No, it's registered in my name, but I mean, I have no connection financially to the store. I just did it as a favor for him.
No, you didn't even get paid for it.
Not paid. Carl Wurst is the owner. He's a longtime friend, and he was previously a client of mine. You know, I work in the wine industry as a sales representative, and so I was just doing a favor.
Which, by the way, he's obviously going to give up if he.
Precisely.
Yeah, I would think so.
That's my intention.
All right.
So, I mean, explain.
And that's the name of that store is.
Atlas Wine Merchants.
And then what's the Tres Marie?
I believe that's the company that.
Oh, that's the one is a DBA, the other is the corporation. Okay.
Precisely. I don't really know.
Okay. All right, go ahead. About your business model.
All right. Well, first of all, good afternoon, members of the board, Commissioner. I just want to say a little bit about myself. This is something I've been working towards for a very long time. It's a long-held dream of mine to open up a store build a wine community in a burgeoning neighborhood, and specifically my neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood. I've worked.
Oh, where do you live?
So I live in Vinegar Hill. So I live specifically right here.
Okay.
And I have lived there for 12 years, both myself and my wife. And we've watched this neighborhood develop, and it's growing tremendously, as I will point out in just a moment. I've worked in the food and wine business for the past 20 years. More specifically, for the past 6 years, I've worked as a sales representative for a boutique wine importer and distributor, Soil Air Selection. And for those 6 years, Brooklyn has been my territory. So this is an area I'm intimately familiar with. I know all the stores, I know the restaurants. I know Diego. I've sold Diego wine for the last 4 years that he's been open. I'm familiar with his selections. I'm familiar with his palate and the wines that he chooses. And again, I know most of these people. And not only, again, is Brooklyn my territory, it is my home. And we have a vested interest in our neighborhood and the surrounding community because it is our community. And as I said, over the years, we've watched the neighborhood grow, and we have long wanted to take an active role in its revitalization. And the Navy Yard is part of the Brooklyn Tech Triangle. So this is a huge city-funded initiative to grow the innovation economy in Brooklyn. As referenced in my appendix, can I give you guys some additional information?
Yes.
This was submitted, but it's in color. He wants it in color.
So again, this Brooklyn Tech Triangle is made up of downtown Brooklyn, Dumbo, and the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And has become a magnet for the world's pioneering, energetic, and creative entrepreneurs, and emerged as New York City's largest cluster of tech activity outside Manhattan. So once the site of the nation's most storied naval shipbuilding facilities, the Navy Yard is now home to over 330 industrial businesses, employing 7,000 people. Through investments in new green buildings and infrastructure, the Yard has become a national model for sustainable urban industrial parks and home to modern manufacturers that are tech-driven and socially responsible. The Navy Yard's core philosophy is supporting artisanal products, environmental sustainability, and responsible production. And that's what Navy Wine Merchants is all about, and that is reflected in the types of products that we are going to support. Consumers are increasingly aware of the importance of provenance, from the food on our plate to the clothing on our backs. Collectively, we seek out organic produce, dairy, meat, not only because they taste better, because they are more nutritious and kinder to the environment. At Navy Wine Merchants, our focus is on natural wines specifically. Unlike other stores in the area that may offer a few bottles of natural, organic, or sustainable wines, the majority of our selection will consist of these wines. And natural wines are pure, unadulterated wines. They use grapes that are farmed organically or biodynamically. They're vinified without the use of chemical additives, commercial yeasts, and with minimal filtering and fining. They are wines that respect the grapes from which they are made and the environment in which they are grown. And many of the wines I intend to carry, I have close personal relationships with the producers, some of who I know for years, some more recently, but there's a personal connection to these wines. We intend to sell, as Martin mentioned, artisanal spirits, but just a very small selection. Now, we intend to have a very eclectic selection as well. And as the other gentleman mentioned, we will represent certain up-and-coming regions such as Georgia, Hungary, Slovenia, Macedonia, Croatia, Greece, Lebanon, Morocco, because they are producing these fantastic natural wines, and I really want to introduce these wines to people because they're things that I'm passionate about. And I'd like for other people to be passionate and excited about them as well. Now, we will also have a robust selection of domestic wines with a high concentration of New York wines, while also shining a light on places like Virginia, Vermont, and lesser-known domestic regions. And we intend to offer wine education, so we'll offer a wide range of classes from beginners to experts. As you can see in one of my models, there is an educational area in the store. And frankly, to rebut what the other person said, that is actually the storage facility as well. So in the front, there'll be 600 square feet of retail space, and the remaining space, there's 1,250 square feet total, will be the office, bathroom, and storage space, as I think you can see in the appendix there. We will also, unlike the other stores, we're going to offer subscription services, as well as a wine club.
I don't know if it came in color, but this is what he's talking about. This is the 600 square foot retail space, and this is the office.
Yeah, no, well, it didn't come in color, but I figured it out, yeah.
No, if you want, we have the more.
see that, yeah.
So as I was saying, we're going to offer subscription services, wine club services. We will heavily promote our subscription offerings in Wine Club through our weekly newsletters, a YouTube channel where we'll post weekly videos, store blog, social media campaigns, and special on-site and off-site tastings or events, and as well as e-commerce. The fact of the matter is the natural wine movement is exploding in the U.S., and because of the production is typically so small for these kinds of wines, they tend to be very difficult to find, especially if you live outside of a major city. So we intend to take advantage of that fact, do a robust online business, serving other states as well as providing convenient access to the local community. And the fact of the matter is our location is ideal. We are situated just in front of the new and only public entrance to the Navy Yard, where there's a high concentration of people in our target market, 25 to 45 years old, artists, artisans, innovators, designers, creative types, and technology professionals who are likely to be environmentally conscious and open to new experiences and ideas. And as Martin has shown, this neighborhood is at a tipping point where things are about to change dramatically. And we're talking about an influx of thousands of people here. So there's frankly more than enough people to support the surrounding stores. And just to be clear on how I am different from Grape Shop, which is the only other store that is the open store, next to me. We're going to specialize again in natural, organic, and sustainable wines. Diego, I've known Diego. His wines tend towards the classic and the traditional style of wines. He has some organic and biodynamic wines, absolutely, but a very small selection of that. Also, his selection is 50% liquor and 50% wine. So I intend to do 80% wine and very little spirits. I'm not very passionate about spirits. My passion really is for natural wines. And frankly, I intend to offer a broader selection of local and domestic wines. Grape Shot's selection of domestic wines is quite small. In fact, I think there's maybe 12 to 14 wines in total. In fact, I just called the other day. He has no New York wines. And I called the week before, no New York wines. He has one wine, and it's the Brooklyn Winery. And that is technically a winery in Brooklyn, but they get their grapes from California. So it's not technically a New York winery. And to have one New York wine is certainly not representative of what's being offered, especially considering New York has some very fantastic offerings. In the last couple of years, they've made some huge strides and are producing many organic and sustainable wines. And if I can show you on the map here, as you can see, tremendous growth. Now, what's right next to me is this grocery store that is under construction right now, and they're set to be finished by next month. And the same owner of that grocery store is opening up a restaurant, also presently in build-out. Those will be done within a matter of a month or 2 months. This is the new residential development. It's 443 condos and townhouses, and these are many of which are luxury. In fact, $2.2 million townhouses, which have just recently sold for us. Obviously, the property value is skyrocketing over there. And as Diego pointed out, yes, there are these empty lots, these bus lots, parking lots, but as we can see, development begets development. As if you see people buying $2.2 billion townhouses, do you think it's going to stay a parking lot for very long? Absolutely not. So, in Building 77, which I am right in front of, it's 1 million square feet. It is almost done. It is scheduled to come online this spring, so the vendors can start doing their build out, because they're putting a 60,000 square foot food hall right in the base there. 60,000 square feet, with over 25 vendors. It's right there. Right behind it, already broke ground, Dock 72, which is a WeWork project. That's supposed to house another 3,000 people. And this building, I'm sorry.
Residential or office?
All commercial. But the fact of the matter is, walk-by traffic is walk-by traffic. And in fact, people leaving work are very susceptible to buying alcohol. I know that for a fact.
I think it depends on where you work.
Now, also, Admiral's Row. So you have Wegmans, which is coming online within the year. This just came online, this new green development, which hosts another 800 people. We have these two developments over here, 47 Hall Street and 29 Ryerson. As you can see, right now they're all under scaffolding, and they're proposed to be done within the next year, not the next 3 years. Also, Steiner Studios is expanding another 1 million square feet, bringing in another expected 1,200 people. As you can see, the new ferry service, which was just launched, is not only going to have their docking station there, but it's going to be a new stop. So this is going to be a new way for people to travel to the neighborhood, as well as this is the new Greenbelt extension. which is the project, the city-sponsored project where they've been building parks along the water from Sunset Park all the way to Queens. And they're just about to start the redevelopment of that, and it's going to have, I think it's actually, there's pictures of it in the appendix there, but drawing more traffic there. And the fact of the matter is, I live right here. I see what's going on in the neighborhood. I've been watching over the last 10 years. This is actually a very bustling and vibrant neighborhood. If you go down there on the weekends, people are walking around, riding bikes. It's pretty, tremendous. And as well as they offer a new shuttle service that goes to all of the major subway stations for people who want to go here.
Okay.
All right.
So, you might want to take a look at this. This is what Mr. Wright submitted to us. I know, but I'd like to ask him to explain that to me, because it does say proprietor on it, and it is his email.
It was something I was considering before this, but again, it never happened, and there is no association.
What do you mean you were considering it?
I was considering being a partner with Carl, but then I backed out because I saw this other opportunity, so it didn't.
So so you have no affiliation with that?
None. So I did his branding and stuff, so I showed him examples of what cards would look like. So I'm very funny, I don't know where you got that from, because that's, again,
I
it's not
didn't, they gave it to me, but, so that, it apparently was on someone's Facebook page.
Yeah, well.
So you
whether or
did
not-
make that,
I made the logo, I did the design for him, and I did the website, or at least I registered the website.
and
There is no actual
is
no
your
website.
is your email address still Atlas Wine Merchants?
No,
So you never worked for them?
never.
And you'd never had a financial interest in it?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Oh, and I also want to mention that Grape Shot, they have no e-commerce. In fact, it's been 4 years now, and the site is still under construction. So the site is under construction, therefore you have no e-commerce. And,
Okay.
and by doing that, you're leaving money on the table, because that's certainly not an aggressive effort.
And you're going to be 80/20?
Correct.
Wine to spirits, you willing to live with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'd really like somebody to find out why enforcement buried my report.
They didn't
and-
bury it, I got it right here.
No, I submitted that with my opposition. You just said you didn't have anything from enforcement.
Which means that they looked into it and they didn't find anything.
Oh, I thought you said before that they were looking into it and you didn't have any information. You have a.
No,
report
I'm
from-
saying that if they had found something, I would have it.
How do you know that? I mean, without
Because
verifying.
because they work for me, and if they don't, then there's a problem. And,
Yeah, so
and if
can
I
we-
grant this license and it comes back, which
Yeah.
Mr. Mailer's fully aware of, that he did have an interest, there's gonna be a bigger problem.
Well, but I think it might be easier to just adjourn this 2 weeks and follow up.
That's not
on-
gonna happen.
Okay, well, then I would.
I've
just-
asked him, I've made an inquiry, I'm satisfied with his answers.
It's a blanket denial, but I would respectfully request that you find out from Michael Jones or enforcement what happened.
I'll certainly do that, and Mr. Mailer knows I will. So it's not, I understand your concern, but I have less of a concern than you do.
Mr. Chairman, I'm here every 2 weeks for rules.
I'm aware of that. Much to my dismay on some days. I'm kidding. All right, anybody else? All right. You have any
Ready?
questions?
No, I'm good. I looked at the population for Brooklyn. It looks like since 2010, it's to go up close to 2% by 2017.
No, quiet.
Okay.
I know,
All right. I listen a lot, trust me, I do. That's why he calls me Clarence, okay? Put up, all right. And you're gonna be open floor plan, correct? So, I mean, at 600 square feet, that makes you the smallest store amongst your competitors in the area. I see that you have plans for a different product line than your competitors, which I don't think has been disputed. There's other development that's going to be happening in the area that's actually going to really benefit your closest competitor quite a bit more than you. And also the fact that with Wegmans going in, being from upstate, I'm pretty familiar with Wegmans and how they run their business and do their due diligence. And they don't just build anywhere unless there's a market for it, existing or expanding. That's just not how they do it. So they apparently have a lot of faith in the area that something's big about to happen or in progress. So with all that being said, with all the other development that's happening, I do think that there is a public advantage and convenience that's met by a store of your size, especially the fact that you're going to be the smallest one in the hood. So I would vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. There's 5 stores within 0.5 miles, but 3 of them are bulletproof. And every one of the bulletproof stores is showing an increase in sales, except for the furthest store, Clever Liquor Enterprises, which, given their sales numbers compared to the other liquor stores, cannot be accurate, because I don't believe they could be open. It's clear that there's a significant amount of development and investment into this area. There's no question you are going to be, in my mind, competing with Grape Shot, but given the development and the increase in the population, I don't think that that is such a bad thing. And his sales have gone up over the last 3 years. I don't know what this year is going to bring, but the last 3 years they've definitely gone up. I am going to hold you to 80% wines, 20% distilled spirits. It's obvious you're going to have tastings. The footprint of the store is small. The retail part of it, at least, is only 600 square feet. The tasting room looks like it's going to be at least close to that itself, correct? So based on that, I'll vote to approve. I am going to, I'm satisfied with your answers, but we are going to look into the other one, and Mr. Mailer can explain to you what happens if that's not the case.
And I will. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner, you're going with the 80-20 split too? Just
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Chairman, I'm going to call that request for declaratory ruling. I
Yep.
think we have, I'm just looking, the attorney who requested the ruling was not notified of it, I don't think.
And he doesn't need to be here, so.
So the next item is 1016G. It's a request for declaratory ruling regarding 174 Mott Street. Come on up.
How would they even find out about that?
Understand, this isn't the application. No. We're the opposition. No, this isn't an application for the license.
Do you know what you're opposing?
The 200-foot, they have.
How did you even find out about this?
I found it on the website. We just found it over the weekend.
You found out that they asked for a declaratory ruling in the 200-foot law? Yeah. And so what are you opposing? Because this is really a legal determination. It's not really something that you would oppose. You oppose the application.
Yes.
Can you put your names on the record, please?
I'm Georgette Fleischer. I'm the president of Friends of Petrosino Square.
My name is Sok-Ling Lai. I'm the director of Chinatown Head Start. Before I begin, I have parents here been since 10 o'clock. I would appreciate that they're all here. I just found out that we're not supposed to oppose. I'm not clear about the law. And I will ask them that if they all stand up.
Yeah, they can stand up, yeah.
They can stand up and join us to oppose this 200 ruling. And because I have children outside too. They've been here for a long time. I'd like to ask them to stand up to show their opposition, and they could leave, go back to the school.
But I don't know that you actually, I'm not sure you understand exactly what we're deciding here, because we're not deciding, even if we say this is within 200 feet of a church or school, they can still put a restaurant there. They just can't serve full liquor, they can serve wine and beer.
Yeah, we understand that.
We understand that. We've come to say you should not.
But this is a legal determination. It's not really something we take public comment on.
Well, what about the fact that the application represents things partially and inaccurately, and we live there, we know what things are like there. And, for example, the drawing on the last page, Exhibit A, shows one place of worship. Yes, that's correct. There is a Filipino church at 378 Broome. It does not indicate that there's another place of worship also within 200 feet, Holy Trinity Ukrainian Orthodox.
But that's a determination we make at the application stage. They are required, if there is another one, they are required to notify us of that at the application for the liquor license, and then we send out an investigator to check whether, one, it is a church, and two, if it's within 200 feet. They measure it.
So what, could you explain what you're going to be determining today?
We're going to be determining whether this actual place of worship, which is on Broome Street, is under the law within 200 feet of the proposed building.
And we've come to speak on that, and also to speak on the fact that there's a school within 200 feet.
But that is for the application. That's, once I said, any other location within 200 feet, they'll probably acknowledge that that is or isn't within 200 feet, or under the law, they've already determined it is not. They have to notify us of that when they apply for a license. We go out and check all that.
Ms. Fleischer, this is limited solely to whether or not the 200-foot law applies with respect to this particular place of worship. That's all the applicant is asking today.
The other ones are still to be determined down the road.
So there are going to be other declaratory judgments?
No, they're going to be probably in the application itself for the liquor license.
Well, you know, I mean, I've read the submission, and there are just a lot of problems with their submission. So we've shown up because we're concerned that you don't have the full facts before you make a
What are
determination.
your problems with the submission?
Well, first of all, the fact that they didn't show everything that's there.
That's irrelevant.
You know, I find this whole thing of that they're going to insert a retail space in order to protect themselves on the one street, the most convoluted thing I think I've ever heard. They're not putting forward any case law for many of the propositions that the attorney is making in this submission. You know, for instance, they're you know, making statements that the New York State Liquor Authority you know, does this, that, and the other thing. They're not putting forward any authority for making these claims. All of this convoluted material about that it's on, you know, on the street versus in the building, where they put no authority forward in order to make this claim.
Well, the authority they're putting forward is the law itself. The statute itself says it has to be on the same street. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's, they're referencing the statute.
But this whole thing of inserting you know, a temporary retail space in order to do this is just not persuasive.
It happens all the time.
I've never heard of it happen.
In fact, ma'am, they move doors to do this.
And I'd also like to point something else out, which has to do with the.
I just wanted to note that I think the attorney for the application just is in the back.
Oh, you are here?
Yes,
Well, what?
And the other thing that I'd like to point out that really leapt out at me is the fact that they're making a statement on page 2 of the submission. This is the attorney's letter. Yes, page 2 toward the top, that the retail space will have its own entrance and, comma, except as may be required for emergency egress purposes only, comma, will be completely walled off from the premises. What's going to happen to the second means of egress that's necessary to have a liquor license in a building like this?
I'm sure when the application comes, we'll examine that, but they're not applying for a liquor license right now.
I realize that, but I look at this submission and it looks very, what's the word, you know, kind of deliberately obfuscating the problems with the application, and so we showed up because
There is no, the only you're combining two things. They are not, when they apply for a liquor license, they're going to have an application that is about this thick. And it's going to ask them hundreds of questions. And at that point, we're going to ask about buildings that are surrounding the area, perhaps other schools and churches. And we're going to ask them where's the second door of egress and ingress. We're going to, you know.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I was going to say, Ms. Fleischer, a declaratory ruling is simply, in this case, Mr. Victor presents a set of facts, right? And the members.
But these facts are in question.
Let me
These
finish.
facts are
Ms.
questionable.
Fleischer, he presents a set of facts. The members rule on those set of facts.
Without testing them? Without testing them?
Ms. Fleischer, please. Those are the facts that the members rule on, okay? That if these facts are all true, they issue a ruling. Right? If there's some difference in the facts later on, the ruling doesn't apply to that. It only applies to the facts as represented by Mr., and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Chairman, the facts as represented by Mr. Victor. That's what a declaratory ruling is. If the facts are different, the declaratory ruling doesn't apply.
And can we talk about some of those facts? We're here to talk about how some of those facts differ.
But I don't, the
presentation.
only thing we're deciding, the only facts I'm concerned about is where is the entrance of the proposed premises, which to me, on the map, it says Mott Street. What is on the corner, which apparently is a retail space, And where is the place of worship, which is on
It's
Broome
not
Street?
it's not a retail space. This is a construction site that's been one of the
But the
worst
plan is for
construction
it to
sites in
be,
the neighborhood.
the plan is for it to be a retail space. As Mr. Donahue pointed out, they cannot come back to us later and say, you know what, we're not putting a retail space in there, we're going to make that part of the restaurant. They can't do it.
But they're also talking about, on the very first page of the application, quoting this part where it says, notably, however, ABCL Section 64(7)C provides that this subdivision, ABCL Section 64 subsection 7, shall not be deemed to restrict the issuance of a hotel liquor license to a building used as a hotel and in which a restaurant liquor license currently exists for premises which serve as a dining room for guests of the hotel. To me, this looks like a plan to get the liquor license in there, and then they don't have any obligation. They can take the
Ma'am,
retail
and
place out.
just so you understand what's going on, this is a proposal he has submitted. That proposal is given to him. Council has 10 attorneys that work for him, or more. He then assigns this to somebody who then researches this and prepares a memo for me and Commissioner Ford that can be in complete contradiction with what he's proposed.
I hope
But
it will
just
be.
Just because he's proposed an argument does not mean we accept it.
Good.
He's proposed two different arguments here. You're pointing out one that perhaps we don't accept, but that doesn't mean we don't accept the second one.
So he just has to fulfill one piece?
He
that
has
he's
to-
considered?
Ma'am, I think, from what I'm understanding, I think that there's a miscommunication, and I think what it's coming down to is I'm understanding that you're upset about, and it sounds like this is a pretty serious part of your neighborhood that you have some serious concerns about.
Really, very much so.
I just want to be very clear, that's not what we're here for today.
just
That is
really-
not the decision before the members, that is not the decision that was put before my office, that is not the decision that we are looking at the moment. If there is an application for a particular license at this establishment, like the chairman noted, we will get a humongous packet of material. It will come from a number of different sources. We will take a look at that in that context. All we are looking at today are the limited facts that have been presented to us, and we are looking at that and saying, under this rubric, what does the law say? What does the law look like in this particular pattern? And that's all we're here for today. We don't have the power to stop buildings going up. We don't have the power to do anything that I think are the remedies you're looking for. We only have the power today to look at this particular request, apply the 200-foot law, and make that determination. There's no liquor license going in.
Right.
Right.
There's
What,
no
what,
decision.
if- what if we feel that your determination on, what if you say that the 200-foot law does not apply to the Filipino place of worship, and we feel differently? Do we have any recourse?
Yeah, you can sue us.
That's
You
our
can,
only,
I'm not
that's
la-
our,
I mean,
that's our
that
only
is your
recourse?
recourse, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Again, as council and the secretary and the chairman have said, we're really ruling on a technicality and application of the law today. We're not ruling on anything more than that. That's all yet to come. So you will have your time. You will
Well,
have your.
we've had our time, and we've had many experiences, and
No,
you
he's saying
almost
you'll have
always-
your time to come and object.
Yeah, because
I
This is
know,
not
and
that
and
time.
that usually
the
does not
application,
work.
the application hasn't made it to this pile
This is the
yet.
first step.
Has it even been
This is the
filed yet?
first step in
Yes.
an establishment that is going to create tremendous distress on our community.
Okay,
A
well,
community that is already tremendously distressed.
your objections are noted.
We appreciate that.
And they will continue to
I'm
be
sorry,
noted.
can I say something? They're opening the entrance to their premises is right adjacent to our school, side by side.
That, once again, will be dealt with if they ever apply for a liquor license. That's
Okay.
not what we're here to decide. No other building, no other entrance is relevant here today, except for the church on Broome Street and the entrance to the proposed hotel.
Could I just ask one question, though, for clarification, if you don't mind? Why would an applicant come before you for a 200-foot ruling declaration when there are 3 potential places that could stop this, and present only one and present a map in which only one is pictured? Can you understand why this would raise concerns for the community?
I don't know what concerns you would have, because if those other 2 or 3 locations are within 200 feet of his
are.
proposed, well, then we'll deal with it at the application.
But do you understand why this raises concerns for us? Why would the applicant and the applicant's attorney present you with a map
And we are,
that
that's all,
doesn't
that
show
we're all,
these
because,
places on them?
because they're not relevant to the determination they're asking us to make, that's why. Other than that, I don't care. I mean,
don't-
it's not relevant to me until I get an application.
Well, it seems completely relevant. You
Well,
know, why-
all of that will come out in due time, ma'am, and you're gonna have to wait. I mean, until they actually do apply for a license.
Okay, well, if we'll have to wait, we'll have to wait, but I'm still glad that we came to alert you to the fact that there are 2 other establishments, a school and another place of
I
worship.
can assure you
within
that they
200
are
feet.
required under the law to alert us themselves. And if they don't alert us, and it's not within 200, they have to alert us if it's within 300. Whether there's a school or even a potential church within 300 feet. We then automatically send out an investigator to check whether that is not only within 200 feet, but if it's actually a church and if someone's using it.
Well, that's great, but I think you have to understand where we're coming from.
I'm
which is-
starting to not understand where you're coming from because
Well,
as I said, your objection is noted.
The history of applicants' behavior is where we're coming from, and the history of how many places get approved here as opposed to, do we ever get any that are not approved up here? Almost never.
Even if we were to say this is not within 200 feet, I indicated to you already, they can still get a liquor license.
Why
They can
have-
serve wine and beer because the law allows it.
Well, wine and beer, but not a full liquor license.
But it's still a hotel. You're not doing away with the hotel.
It still makes a difference.
And that, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but thank you for showing up, and now we're going to hear from the applicant.
I appreciate one more questions.
Last question, let's move on.
Yes. Are you allowed to convert the entire building and corner building to a hotel, which as well as a garment industry building, right next to
You
the
are
school?
asking questions that are really something
Out
we
of
should be
your
asking
lane.
the Department of Buildings in New
Okay.
York City. I mean, as council pointed out, all we're here to do is talk about whether this church is within 200 feet of the door. That's it.
Yeah.
Whether the building should be there or not be there, that has nothing to do with us. None.
Okay. One more question, quick, okay?
Come on.
I'm glad I checked the 200 ruling and the statute. I'm sure you know this better than I do. It's a corner building, if there's a school, a place of worship, if the corner is a building located at the corner, it doesn't have to be on the same street, because I checked this on the computer and I bought this one. I just want to share this with you, so.
That is what we're here to decide.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Victor?
Sorry, I was late. So you're aware of the facts of the request?
Yes, we are.
So the,
I think we've thoroughly vetted the facts.
so the other 2 locations we know about, we're aware of, but we're very confident that those don't fall within the 200-foot rule, 200-foot law. So the request is just for that other church on.
So that answers your question, ma'am. They are aware of them, and they are going to notify us of them.
And we know that Mr. Sender will go out and measure them too, and he'll see what those buildings are used for. The building is on the corner, but our space is not on the corner. We're on the ground floor. We're set back from Broome Street. So we don't see the 200-foot rules applying to the space. And the fact that the building has frontage.
And there's no entrance to your premises on Broome Street, or there won't be, I should say.
There's no entrance or exit.
Well, I should say within 200 feet.
There's no entrance. The only way that somebody could access our space is from Mott Street.
Okay.
Chairman, can I just ask a question, just come?
Yes.
The diagram, so your premises doesn't wrap around then to Vroom?
What I tried to make hopefully clear in the request is, if you were to go downstairs from the entrance on Mott Street, our basement, which is underground, it goes to the property line underground.
Right.
But I'm not going to say that the avenue goes, or Broome Street goes underground. I don't think the basement can be considered on Broome Street. It extends to the property line of where Broome Street would theoretically be if it were underground, but that to me does not render it on Broome Street.
Okay.
Same thing with the second floor.
So as they pointed out, you did make 2 arguments here, one of which was that the hotel would instantly qualify for a hotel liquor license because the restaurant, as long as the restaurant had a liquor license, but I don't know that that's relevant because there is no restaurant there right now and it's not licensed.
No, you're-
So really, in reference to the 200-foot law, we have to determine whether the retail space
No, you're right.
separates you out.
You're right about that. All I was trying to, the point I was trying to make is, if you were to consider the ground floor on its own, there's no 200-foot rule issue at all.
Correct.
And if we put the restaurant there and the rest of the building were then used as a hotel, you have a statute that would allow the hotel to be licensed afterward. That's all. But there's a reason that argument was 3 sentences and everything else was a page and a half.
Do you have any questions, Chris?
Can I ask you to come here and show me something on the map here? I'm just trying to understand. So, is that the building right there?
Yep.
And so where's the Filipino church over here?
This building
That's right
here.
there. Okay.
So our space, our ground floor would be
So the chair right here. Church is over here.
Yep. Okay. I'm ready.
All right. Well, after much deliberation and debate, I'm going to vote to declare that this is not prohibited by the 200-foot law in agreement with council.
I'm also going to vote that the 200-foot law does not apply to this place. As I said, the first argument that council made is not applicable in my view, but the second one, that the corner store is going to be leased to a store for dry retail purposes and will be separate and unrelated to the hotel operations, and that the entrance to the hotel will now be on Mott Street instead of, and nowhere located on Broome Street, means that it is not on the same street as the place of worship, so it's out of the 200-foot law.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
We take 2 minutes.
Donna, whenever you're ready? Okay. We are going to resume the meeting with item 1016D, RI Park Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Your people all came back again? No.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of RI Park Wine and Liquors. Have my client with me here,
Okay, we heard from the opposition last time, so, I mean, they're welcome to readdress after he's done, but I'm not going through the whole thing again.
As long as I have an opportunity.
Yeah.
And I would only be like 2 minutes left before I.
Right, but we already heard their complaints, and unless there's something new, I'm not going to go through the whole spiel again. That's why we let you do it last time. So you let me know if he addresses something that you didn't address, but go ahead.
Good afternoon. The application before you is for a new liquor store in the Williamsburg area of Brooklyn. Just want to make sure the members had an opportunity to review my submission.
Yes.
Okay, so the predominant factor here, the big reason for this application serving the public convenience and advantage is the incredible growth in the neighborhood. It's no surprise that Brooklyn is growing as a borough, and that Williamsburg specifically as a neighborhood is growing, you could argue, more than any other. I submitted some articles indicating that Williamsburg will have the greatest growth in terms of new residential buildings built over the next 3 or 4 years, and the second greatest growth in terms of actual units in those buildings. There's been considerable growth happening in Williamsburg for quite a while, so this is nothing new. But it's not letting up, I guess, is the point. We are just about to hit another upswing of another incredible boom here. I think we have 27 different residential buildings coming in the next few years, which are bringing 4,341 new residential units to the neighborhood. And that's an already packed, densely populated area. Williamsburg is about twice as densely populated as any other part of New York City. So that's the big reason here. The big reason is the increased growth, both not only residential but commercial as well, the incredible amount of foot traffic, the incredible amount of people who are moving to this neighborhood, and the retail shops in the neighborhood have to evolve with that so that they can better serve the community. The other arguments to make here with respect to public convenience and advantage, and this is a little bit different of an argument than this board's used to hearing, is we are not suggesting that we're going to carry the more unique esoteric wines. We're going the other direction. We feel that the stores in the neighborhood really do a nice job of showcasing the smaller producers and the esoteric wines. So we are going in the direction of something more mainstream, more accessible, producers that people know. Broader variety, more SKUs, and not going in the boutique lane, but rather in the more recognizable lane. And I'll just read through a couple of the new commercial businesses coming into this immediate area. You have Soul Cycle, J. Crew, The Shade Store, Van Leeuwen Ice Cream, G-Star, WeWork, Whole Foods, Equinox. Brooklyn and Williamsburg specifically had always been the anti-big box store, the anti-mainstream store, and now that's turning. And you could see by all of these companies who are coming in, who have signed leases, who are currently under construction, who are currently open for business, that there's a shift and people want different things. We feel that the character of the store that we're considering to put in this space, the products we're going to offer, are things that either are not available or are not as readily available as they could be. Some of the points itemized of how we'll be different specifically, aside from the products we're offering, is, a lot of the stores nearby do offer delivery, but the delivery have restrictions. There are only certain hours where they deliver, or there's a minimum, or there's a delivery charge. As far as the online presence of these stores, if you go and check online, you could see that some of them do have websites, but they're not very closely maintained. What my client's anticipating for this store is to have a live inventory feature where you can actually see what the inventory looks like in the store up to the moment. So you don't have to waste a trip to go somewhere and find it's not there, or find out how many bottles they have, things like that. Something that'll enhance the user experience. And the classes in wine education is also something that my client's taking very seriously. Since our submission, he's actually considered amending the floor plan slightly to decrease the size of the retail space and increase the size of the classroom tasting area so that he can, more comfortably fit people for different educational programs that he has planned. So under the new amended floor plan, which I can submit to licensing, it would only be 1,750 square feet total for the retail premise.
From 2,500? Or no, from 5,000. What's he going to do with
Well,
the?
originally it was 2,500 storage, 2,500 retail, so we're actually going to chop that back a little bit, make it more of a user-friendly experience in the classroom space, and minimize the actual retail space. And the other area of convenience is, you'll see I included a map with a perimeter outline, and within that perimeter outline, you'll notice about 800 new residential units, and there are no wine and spirit stores within that perimeter. And you compound that by the fact that with the Whole Foods that just opened on North 4th, you actually could see a funnel of people going back to the waterfront apartments, which are about 2,000 different units. And this would now create a scenario where there is a wine and spirit store sort of on their way home, which could be another convenient factor. And I would just add to this the fact that, with the subway lines closing and issues, that's only going to fortify the people who are shopping locally, of which there are quite a few here. People in Brooklyn, people in Williamsburg specifically don't have vehicles. Everything is walking. So 6-7 blocks and an avenue away is quite a distance to go to another liquor store or wine store here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What experience does your client have, if any?
I can have him speak to it. I believe he's worked in a store recently.
Hi, my name is Richard Park. I've been looking to start a business about 3 years ago, and 2 years ago, I worked for a family friend of mine, and he has a wine store that he just recently opened up, and I had about 1 year experience working with him, and then learning the ins and outs of the liquor and wine store business.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you don't have, your family's not in the business, you just,
No.
what brought you to it?
Well, my parents are in the grocery store business. I wanted to branch out and do my own thing for a bit.
Okay.
So I was looking at all different industries, and then I came across the wine industry.
Okay. Thank you. Not go through the whole spiel again. You can talk, go ahead, but I don't want you giving your whole thing. It was only 2 weeks ago, I remember it.
I'm not giving my whole thing. I just want to address one or two items. First of all, we all know that Williamsburg has been developing tremendously. The population statistics I have given you on one of my schedules, it shows 6% increase in population from 2000 to 2010, and a 6% increase from 2010 to 2014. Significant increase, yes, but it is ebbing. I mean, there's not that much space available now in Williamsburg with all that has already developed, and we're seeing huge expansion into Bushwick and into East Williamsburg and other parts of Brooklyn. So it's not, yes, it's expanding, but not to the extent that it's like a whole new, brand new civilization that's developing there. In addition to that, I did a perimeter map, and in my perimeter map, which I did not have before, there are 9 liquor stores within 3.19 miles. 9 liquor stores. In addition to that, the closest is 547 feet. The next one's 682 feet. The next one's 823 feet. And the next one is 972 feet. Those are the 4 closest, all
You said
less than
9 within 3.1 miles or .31?
0.31.
Okay.
0.31.
That's what I thought, but I think you said,
I don't think I would have a very good argument if I said 3 miles.
You did say 3.
I apologize, 0.3.
All right.
0.3 miles. And the 4 closest is all less than 1,000 feet. Also, what's not mentioned is the fact that there are 2 liquor stores that were just licensed by the authority, Metro Liquors at 298 Metropolitan Avenue, serial number 1295119. It was issued on September 13, 2016, just 8 months ago. Then there was another store, Bedford Wines and Spirits Inc. at 101 Bedford Avenue, serial number 1298794, that just received its full board approval March 16th, 2017, just 2 months ago. And what's interesting...
What's the address of that one?
I'm sorry.
101.
101 Bedford. And what's most interesting about it is this area has a vast array of wines and liquors, biodynamic, organic, New York wines, New York distilled liquors, artisanal, and a vast assortment of commercial discounted alcoholic beverages. The very two that were just approved had a huge argument that they're not artisanal, they're not New York wines, they're not specialty items, that the area needed discounted liquors, and it was a whole dissertation with regards to having commercial discounted liquor stores in this area, which they had lacked. And those are the very two that have just been approved. And also as to size, even with changing the 5,000 to 2,500 sales, 2,500 inventory, even decreasing it to 1,750 feet, the four closest stores, Discount Liquors, 600 square feet. UVA Wines, 820 square feet. Alexander Wines, 1,750, and Pier Wines, 975. But even all of those are not my client, and I don't know how much is selling space and how much is storage, so I just took off the gross sales figures that I got in my FOIL request. They're all significantly less than even the 1,750. This store is going to be the biggest store within this entire area. So these are things that I had not mentioned before, and I think are significantly important in the determination. Public convenience advantage is already served by licensing 2 current stores, 9 stores within 0.319 miles, and having a whole divergence of the variety of items sold. In addition to that, many of these people, other than the 2, have been here for many, many years. They know the clientele, they know the millennials, they know the development of this area. Here's a gentleman that really has 1 year's experience in a liquor store, going to come in and, help out, make public convenience advantage better served by people 7 stores that have full experience and 2 that were just licensed recently. I would ask that this application be denied.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Any questions? No,
Nope, I'm good.
I got a couple quick
Go ahead.
points. With respect to the foiled information, the gross revenue numbers for stores and size of stores, the numbers I received, 2 of the stores, one was 1,750, which is exactly what we're talking about. One's actually bigger at 2,200, and 2 were smaller. Those are the numbers that I had.
Three were small.
Or of the.
We got 5,
Okay,
so
out of
three.
5.
Three.
And as far as the numbers go, you could see a lot of these stores have increasing numbers. 1 or 2 were dipping or stagnant, but many of them were actually increasing. And I think that supports the point that the neighborhood's growing, more people are here, there is more business to go around. And, I would analogize this case very much to the case, probably the last case you heard about the Navy Yard space, very similar. And actually in the article I presented, it talked about the 2 neighborhoods that are growing the fastest, being Williamsburg and that downtown Brooklyn Navy Yard area. And that's exactly right. It's the same exact thing here. We're not talking about, something where nothing's changing. It's undisputed the area is growing and growing at a very rapid clip. And yes, there are stores in the neighborhood. And would I consider even taking a client who had an application for a store where there are 9 within 0.3 miles in Long Island or upstate? No, I wouldn't. But in this particular area, it makes sense when you consider the actual walking traffic and how people walk and where they're going, the other stores coming in, and the incredible growth of residential and commercial units here. So I think the area can not only support another store, but it would actually benefit a lot of people who live here. And at the end of the day, we're talking about public convenience and advantage, not necessarily restricting any kind of competition for stores that have been there forever.
Okay, thank you.
One item that I did not mention, that just begs the question with the development, why are of the 4 closest stores, 3 of them have had decreased sales, only 1 of them has had consistent increasing sales? It has to be a major issue with regards to the argument that this area is expanding.
Well, I mean, he's correct in that 2 of the 5 closest have seen significant increases, so the argument could be that those sales went. Yeah, those sales went.
And the other 3 of the 5. So I would say, but it's not, if we had seen all of the stores having 10, 15% increases, but that's not the case. In an area that's stupendously blossoming and mushrooming.
Actually, 3 of the 5 have shown increases.
3 of the closest 5 are increasing sales.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just introduced myself last time. My name is Paul Janesco. I'm from 8 and Tricks Wine and Liquors. I've grown up in the neighborhood for 25 years. It's not really analogous to the Navy Yard situation whatsoever. It was analogous in 1992 when I was a child. That's when it was beginning to develop, and there was huge growth, especially around 2000 to 2008. Now it really is, tapped out. There is still construction happening, not anywhere near the levels of what was happening.
What store
in
is
the
your
early
store?
2000s. 8 and Driggs Wine and Liquors. I'm on the corner of North 8th and Driggs.
Okay.
My sales numbers haven't increased much. The last 2 years they've been stagnant. But with
That's not true.
yeah, they're close to the last
You
2
went
years.
from 2014 from 2.1 million to 2016 to 2.6.
16 to 17, and
Well, we're only in
sorry,
the
fif-
first quarter of 16, so.
15 to 16, and the 17.
That could be, okay.
Yeah, 17. I'm not up at all. I'm down about 10% year on year, month to month. The neighborhood really is tapped out. We do service the entire neighborhood, and his entire business plan is my exact business plan. I do service a lot of the major brands. I do 50% liquor, 50% wine. I'm not one of the boutique shops. I'm one of the guys that services people's everyday needs
Okay.
and low prices. So,
All right, thank
just
you.
like to consider.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you ready to vote?
Yeah, unless you have questions.
No, I don't have more questions. The area, granted, the area may be growing a little bit, as we stated before in your case that you brought up, previous case here. But I can't discount the fact that there are 2 licenses. One we just issued, which picked it up. They just have been in business since September. There's another one that we issued in February, March that hasn't even been picked up yet. Out of the closest 5 stores, you know, a few of them are like within 1,500 feet. I just don't see the public convenience and advantage being met by this, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 9 stores within 0.4 miles. We just did, as Commissioner Ford pointed out, issue 2 new ones within the last 4 months, one of which was actually 2 weeks ago. And, you know, I initially did agree or did think that this was similar to the Navy Yard case, but it's not in my mind because 3 of the other stores at the Navy Yard were bulletproof, whereas here it doesn't appear that's the same issue. And we didn't have any new stores there, whereas here we do have 2 brand-new stores that weren't even the 5 closest. They're just outside the 5 closest, but they're certainly going to affect the sales in this area. So until we figure out how they're going to affect those sales, I don't think we can put another one there.
And even though one of those new ones, the most recent one that was issued, is 6 blocks and 2 avenues away.
I know, but 6 blocks is, I know we're arguing over 6 blocks, and that's really a 10-minute walk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand, but it's really the people kind of on the other side where it's now a 20
Okay,
minute
Mr.
walk.
Levy, they've voted.
Yeah,
understood.
so that I vote to deny.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you're a great applicant. I commend you for going out and doing a year somewhere. I think that is important. So if you find a better location, I'd be all in favor of it.
I feel the same way for the record. I think you're a great candidate. I just don't see this as the spot. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
The next item is 986 SNL 377 Realty Corp.
For the licensee, Marcodi & Associates by Louis Cesari, 108 New South Road, Hicksville, New York. Good afternoon, Your Honors. I believe we made an offer on this for $5,000.
Yes, I'll accept.
This was 2 minors, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but at the same time.
All right.
Also, just to put everybody at ease, I was contacted at the end of last week by the licensee, that they are selling the business, and the new business coming in is going to apply for a whole new license once this is cleared up. So
Okay.
they're planning on surrendering this license and moving on with their lives.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
Yep.
Approve.
Next item, 1016 JLA Corp. Anybody? All right. 1016C, Studio Wines and Spirits.
Afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Jim Chen from Core Advisors. I represent the Studio Wines.
Where's you're the representative?
Yes.
Where's your
yeah,
client?
right here.
Oh, he's got to come up too. Or she?
Yeah. She's Wei Pan, and the premises were originally a liquor store, and she has taken over and hopefully could obtain a license to do so again. I don't know what happened before, but they were out of business, I think.
Does she have any experience?
Yes, previously she has some experience working through a friend's store.
Out of your seven,
Do you speak English?
A little bit.
Does any of her family own stores?
No, nobody.
So how'd she get the idea to open a liquor store?
From her friends that has liquor stores now, that has told her to.
Liquor stores he has?
Liquor store.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Where's that?
Where is that? In Astoria, right? Astoria.
So how'd she find this spot?
Oh, she was walking around, and then she went through a broker, and then a broker found her space, and it just happened to be a liquor store before, but now it's I think it's gone under.
Mm-hmm. Is it bulletproof? Her layout going to be bulletproof?
No, no bulletproofing.
She hasn't been here long, huh?
No, she has not.
Where'd she get the funds to invest in this?
Through her work, her employment, and then she has, I guess, saved up money to go get this store going. However, she didn't need to spend a lot of money in this store. All the fixtures and everything is there already. The shelving, I think one refrigeration unit, and then the storage is already fully furnished. I think that's the word.
Does she know how many of the stores around her are bulletproof, if any?
I did the research for her. I don't see any that is.
Is her friend's store Astoria Wine, Inc.?
Astoria Wine Inc.
Is her friend's store? So her friend wants her to open a store that's actually within a half a mile of her and competing with her?
I don't think that they had the intention of that, but the broker showed her the store, and then they asked me if it's obtainable. I said that it might be because it used to be a liquor store.
Well, can you ask her if her friend's upset?
你識講廣東話嘅？佢講你朋友會唔會嬲你開一間鋪頭喺嗰度？唔會啊。No, no.
Is her friend here with her today?
你朋友喺咪度？唔喺度嘅。No.
she's probably not going to be your friend for long, you know. But who is going to who's going to help her? I mean, this is owning a liquor store is a big responsibility and kind of complicated. Who's going to help her to comprehend all of this? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Is that your role here?
Yes, I'm going to help her because of my experience with the other applicants that I helped. I know some vendors. I don't know everything about liquor stores.
Yeah.
However, buying, purchasing, how to set it up, etc. I've seen enough to help her out with that. So I was going to answer on behalf of her on that part.
Yeah. I don't want to see her get tripped up.
Yes,
for not.
absolutely, absolutely.
I get tripped up, you know?
Me too.
Yeah,
But,
so-
I've learned from my mistakes. I've learned from helping other people,
Yeah.
Other clients of mine, and that's where we're standing at.
And she's a self-employed realtor?
Yes.
She have a license?
Before, not anymore. Now she's taking care of her kids now.
Did she have a real estate license?
Yes.
In the U.S.?
Yes.
How much of this, what is it? It's 1,700 square feet. How much of that do you plan on that being retail?
1700尺咧，你想用幾多係俾佢咩㗎？俾佢裝酒啊嗰啲？我諗差唔多700-800尺咁樣。About 700-800 square feet. And
How much again?
700 or 800 square feet. The rest will be for storage. And then office, and then I guess a bathroom that's already located in the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, not basement. First floor, ground floor.
Yeah. Does she read English?
They say talking, right? Yes.
All right. I'm sorry. I don't mean sounding that. I'm just concerning about your.
你唔識得讀英文嗰啲，俾人哋
我做嘢嗰陣時識，而家都可以幫我佢做。
Yeah.
So she does understand, and
Good.
she does read it, but speaking it is not too great.
We're going to take a 2-minute break.
Okay.
And you said she has children?
Yes.
She married?
No. 你結咗婚唔需要講啦，結咗婚冇老公嘅，係 no husband just children 係啊冇咯，你聽住我講啦呢啲嘢，你結咗婚冇 BB 有 BB 嘅，我而家講有，你跟住我講咪得咯，係咪？喺大陸嗰邊 right？ Yeah, that is correct.
What did you just say to her?
I said to her, were you married in China? And she said no. And then she was confused whether it was here or over there because she hasn't been here for so long.
Okay.
So I had to explain to her. Sorry.
You ready to go, Chairman? Any other questions?
No, I don't have any.
All right. The other stores in the area, within a mile, less than a mile, all seem to be increasing sales, but there's no protest from any of them. I do have real strong reservations about her lack of experience to run a liquor store because it's not an easy task to do.
Would she be able to hire somebody before this is all done as a recommendation? Somebody with an experience?
Some with experience, manager on her
Right.
application.
Right.
Yes. You can
Okay.
do that, right, Secretary? Hire someone with experience, manager, even though the application's already in, they can amend it.
Yeah, just send in you'll have to send in another personal question or two.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so. I may even make that a condition of approval.
Sure, absolutely.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to make it a condition
I
of
agree with you.
approval that she hire someone to help her manage and run this business, because I just have concerns that she's gonna be able to do it on her own. But on those conditions, I will vote to approve.
Where's she living?
College Point, right? College Point, Queens, which is, I think, under 10 miles from the store.
She's gonna work the store full-time?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm also, another thing that factored into my decision, by the way, just to add this to the fact, is that all the fixtures and everything else are still there at the store?
Yes.
And that a lot of the work is already done?
Yes, it's already there.
So are you
Even the
are you
counter
sticking
is
to the same floor plan that's on file with us,
Yes,
essentially?
yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
So I'm actually going to deny the license. She has absolutely no experience doing this, at least there's none mentioned on her application. I have, as Commissioner Ford pointed out, concerns regarding her ability to follow the law and the obligations that this license imposes on owners. And so the only thing I would, and we don't have a manager at this point, so I'm not ready to approve it without one. So I'm going to vote to deny. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, so, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
9:45.
There was something going on there.
Neil Trivetti. I'm a representative for Chotaram USA LLC, and I'm with me, the member of that LLC, Sunil Seer.
How many licenses does he have right now?
He has one.
So why should, I mean, he's applied twice, right? And we disapproved him twice for this location?
No, this location once.
Once, and another location once.
It was another location.
And so the problem you're going to have with me is you got to indicate to me why I should trust him, because it's obvious to me
Well, this
that
was-
he availed this license previously.
No, this is a new location. This is a new location. We signed a lease.
Well, the first, he availed the license on one location, not this location. In another application, he completely misrepresented the facts.
No, on this one, by mistake, it was misrepresented because the prior location, which is Manju and Sons, right? Manju and Sons, was disapproved. It was disapproved on September 28th.
I know what your story is, I don't believe it. So, you know, the question asked directly, have you ever, you know, have you ever applied before and been denied?
Well,
So I don't, you know, I don't see how a mistake could be made there, but that still doesn't explain the availing on the previous one.
No, but so are we talking about the misrepresentation or an error that took place on the application, or are we talking about the?
We're talking about both.
But I can't address at the same time.
I understand that, but you need to address why I should trust him now when it's obvious every time that he's brought something to us, it hasn't been accurate.
Well, I can probably take the blame on this part, this application that we're here before, were more of a clerical mistake by me, because my secretary might have, you know, checked off on the no part. I went over to see him on the weekend because I have a property in the Bronx, so I went to see him on Sunday, which was October 1st or 2nd. He signed it. Then maybe the disapproval on the prior application came through. not realizing, that we had to make a change on this application, and we submitted it. So again, it was more or less, it wasn't his intentional, intention to actually, misrepresent anything to the liquor authority.
All right, so then what was the availing?
The availing was, he lives in the Bronx. He lives few blocks away from that other location. He worked there, and then he basically decided to open up other stores. He actually works for Verizon, I think. Yeah, he works for Verizon Retail. Then he decided to open up another convenience store. He currently has a location on Nassau Street in downtown Manhattan. He found this current location that he wanted to apply for. So he's establishing himself as a business owner.
When did he get the one on Nassau Street? Is that February of last year?
January of last year, yes.
Have you had any issues with that one? So you work for Verizon and you manage these places too?
He goes there and
This is close by. I work at 299 Broadway.
Yeah.
This is at Fulton and Broadway.
Okay. So what are you going to do with this one?
This one, I'm gonna, as I'm building up the.
This is open now, right? You're just not selling liquor? Yeah.
So my plan is to have my own business where I can work on establishing my own business instead of working as in sales.
You have anything?
No.
I'll take the blame. I mean, it's.
Well, you take the blame on one, you can't take the blame on the
On
other.
the
I know
other
you'd
one-
love to, but
Yeah.
No, but on the other one, he worked close by. There was no lease initially for 2014. The deal did not go through. And then basically it came back to him again in 2016 and basically negotiated a lease for 6 months. He was negotiating a lease with the landlord. Eventually it came to me in June and says, okay, now landlord is finally giving us the lease. We finalized it, and then he took over. So the prior license was just simply there. When we applied for Manju and Son, I said, well, we should surrender that license. And somehow, because of the certificate of authority, the filing receipt, all these things became, with the dates on it, the liquor authority thought that he was actually using it, but that was not
so
the
you're
case.
saying he wasn't selling, it was just based on the Department of State document?
Yes, and that happens a lot, and people think of buying it and then doesn't work out.
Well,
with
that's
the
why they
landlord.
got to surrender the license first. But, all right, do you have anything?
No. So, I'm willing to approve, largely based upon you, sir. Yes. Being a good representative, and I think you'll probably steer him right, keep him out of trouble going forward.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That item's 950. Irene Wine and Liquors.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioner. My name is Guy Parisi. I represent the applicant. We're
Is there any- hold on one second. Is there any opposition here? Okay, go ahead.
We're seeking to restore a store that was there for over 10 years. By way of background, the authority, initially he was going to buy this store from Novelty, the prior licensee, and as a matter of fact, the authority had issued a conditional, a temporary license, and then withdrew it because the prior licensee removed his store to another location prior to the issuance of the temporary. So there was no basis for a temporary, and then he just reapplied as a new store, and I believe the authority is treating this as a new store, although we're trying to restore a new one here. There was one letter of opposition to this, which I foiled, and I note it's not the closest store. The closest store does not oppose this, and the store that does oppose it admitted that their sales are going up. The applicant is here to answer any questions.
So where did he get the idea to open a liquor store? Because I see that he has no experience whatsoever.
I'll let him answer that question.
Yeah, my friend told me about this business.
Your friend, who's your friend?
His name is Sri Kumar. He's working in county office.
He's working where?
County office. County office.
The County of Westchester office?
Yes, Westchester office.
Does he own a liquor store?
No.
Does anyone in your family own a liquor store?
No.
So how did he find out about it?
That is his friend, the mother, the.
Oh, the guy that removed.
They removed.
What's in this shopping center besides this space?
That's St. John's Plaza.
Yeah, what's in it? What stores?
There's a couple of stores. It's
Have you been to the place?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a daily store, and the laundry market, laundry shop, and the restaurant on the other side.
So your building is, it looks like there's like, not a strip mall, but another building there, and there's a separate building. So are you the only tenant in that building?
Yes.
That separate building?
Yes, that's a one building. That's-
Okay.
Hey, Juan, where did the guy that moved go? Oh, I got it, Dobbs Ferry, okay. So you don't have any experience either, though, in this industry, do you?
No, I don't have, but then now I am working with my friend's shop.
What friend?
His name is Jorfin. He has one shop in Youngers, Tuckahoe Road.
What's it called?
Youngers, Tuckahoe Road. That's a street name.
Do you know the name of the store?
Tuckahoe Liquors.
Tuckahoe Liquors. Can you look that up, Chris? And you work there, you said? Or you just know him?
No, I'm working with him.
Did he talk to you about buying this store?
No. After then I leased. Then I went to the store, and I'm working with him.
Say that again?
I'm working with him for the experience, more experience.
Is he paying you?
No, just for learning.
You didn't put that on your application. You know that?
Yes. After filing, then I went to the store. That's why.
So when was that?
That's February first week.
So did you go to the store just to get some experience, or what?
Yes, experience.
Anything on that?
So you said your friend Tuckahoe Liquors, was
That's
that
the name of the store.
the name of the store?
Tuckahoe Liquors.
And that was,
That's near to the Domino's store.
was it, I found one, but
I did not find anything under that.
You know the address?
I'm not sure the address.
How well do you know this guy?
Pardon me?
How well do you know him?
Yeah, that is my friend. That is my friend. That's I know.
Well, you don't know where do you know where the store is, the address?
I don't know the building name, but I know the store. That's a Tuckahoe Road near to the Domino's Pizza.
Say the address?
Fisher Avenue or Depot Square?
No, that's a Tuckahoe Road.
Tuckahoe Road, he said it's on.
That's the store name is Tuckahoe Liquors.
Is it in Tuckahoe?
Yes.
Is it Tuckahoe or Yonkers? Tuckahoe Road is really in Yonkers,
Young.
I believe.
I don't see liquor stores. I see a gas mart, snack mart on Tuckahoe Road in Yonkers.
Is it near a hotel?
No, that's what he's opening.
To the Domino's Pizza.
He said it's near Domino's
What he's
Pizza.
opening, I think. What are these pictures in the application? Is that that's the location? It's already stocked.
What had happened was, I didn't file this application. What had happened was it was filed, these pictures were taken prior to the removal. And then that's when the application was initially filed.
Okay.
And then there was a removal.
Did you find it, Tom?
Alcove Wine and Liquor on 600 Tucker Road.
Yeah, 600 Tucker Road, yeah.
It's not,
But the store name is Liquors Tucker.
you don't want to tell us that.
Do we have anything on that?
I'm looking that one up.
Do we,
right now.
and how do you know this person?
That's my friend
I know you keep saying that, but where, are you a friend from where?
from my own country.
From, he's from your country?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
2 years.
Did he give you any money to invest in this?
No, not him. I borrow from my friend.
You borrowed from your friend?
Yes.
What friend?
Uh,
You got a lot of friends.
No, that's why he told me this store, Sri Kumar. His name is Sri Kumar. He's working in Westchester County.
What's his name?
Sri Kumar, last name is Unitan.
And is it a loan?
No, just my borrowed.
So you owe him the money?
Yes.
How much?
It's 20,000.
And do you have, is it on paper? Like, did you sign papers for that, or he just gave you 20,000?
Just give 20,000. He's
Okay.
my family friend.
Yeah, but the information you put on the application indicates that you got the money from your wife's personal account.
Yeah, then
You put the 20,000 in her account.
yeah, and then the balance amount I borrowed from my friend.
So you borrowed money to open this store from your friend. We don't know anything about your friend. And we have to have information on him in order to grant the license. So I'm going to deny based on that, based on the fact that you borrowed money, which you're allowed to borrow money, but he has to fill out a personal questionnaire as well. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to deny based on that.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I think there's a lot of questions just got raised, and perhaps council can help you through getting that cleaned up if you want to try this again. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
It's like pulling teeth.
The next item, two items, 9/11, 1006, Lucky 7 Restaurant and Bar.
9/11, and what was the other one, Tom?
1006.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo.
So,
Is-
1006, is all that stuff fixed?
Yes, sir. My client is here.
Oh, okay.
He's walking in the room.
Look, can you clarify, because I think there's something.
This is a global,
So that the 15,000 is for
Covers-
both cases?
yes.
That's the house being presented in.
Correct. That I was just gonna go ahead, Tom.
So can we check on that?
Well, what I have is I have a letter for one of the cases, that's one particular plea, and I have another letter.
Okay, in a conversation with Ms. Marsico yesterday, counsel, she said that she was going to speak
Oh,
about that.
I see that, so he's got the letter for 9/11, said he offered 3,500. And then the other one, I'm assuming, is gonna be,
Although that was modified at one point to 7,000. And then, as I understand.
no, he said, I got his email here, it says pending,
All pending?
settle all charges pending.
Right.
There was a series of.
We did go up the ladder there on that one.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. All right, I'll accept 15 for both cases, assuming you're making the representation, everything's fixed in, regarding 1006.
Can you just, I don't have all of the charges
Here.
on this case, unfortunately. Signs and license and pre-mixing, definitely. Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'll accept that for both cases.
Thank you.
And he's got a,
And I just.
So in other words.
All my cases.
So in other words, 7,500 each, that way?
oh, whatever he wants to do.
Okay,
it
but it's
doesn't matter.
15,000 total?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll accept.
Thank you. And you fixed the conforming to the application and everything like that?
I'm in the process of doing that.
What's
The
that?
activity has stopped at this point while I endeavor to.
Because I know there was noise
amend-
complaints, right, Frank? There was like noise problems or a
I'm not sure
DJ.
there were noise problems. I know there was dancing, I know there was a DJ. And I really think if we have 2 seconds, it's not an overly crowded room. If I could take you back 20 pounds ago when I did this application,
Mean lighter or heavier?
20 pounds lighter. I sat with Lior, and we did the application together, and I asked him all the questions I'm required to ask him. And I asked what type of music Lior wants, and he wants recorded music, and that's what we do. I understand this has become our new hot charge, which is the deviation from the method of operation. But you have to understand, we really have to look at it where a premises ceases to be a restaurant and becomes a bar with a DJ and dancing and everything else, totally legitimate. Where a place continues as a restaurant, and the guy decides, I could do a little better if I had a DJ like the guy next door. Or even more, I mean, does he really need the authority's permission to hire a security guard? One of the charges, do we really need to ask the authority to hire a security guard? If we make a decision, if my licensee makes a decision right then and there, I need a security guard at this premises.
And my answer to that is yes, simply because when you, in my mind, when you decide you need security, that is indicative to me that there's other things going on there that maybe we weren't aware of. I've been in plenty of restaurants, and as have you, that don't have security at all and don't need it. So the minute someone decides they need it leads me to believe that they're doing things that maybe when we agreed to approve the license, we weren't aware they were doing. And it's the same thing with the DJ.
You may be right. I think you're making a jump that you can't really make. You may be right. It's an argument. At the end of the day, though, I mean, my question becomes, this is a proposed method of operation. He's sitting in my office at 60 Broad Street, and he's telling me what he'd like to do down the road. If he decides to change it, and I agree with I understand the argument with the DJ and no problem. Security? I'll do it. I'll start having every client file it if that's what.
Well, the best thing to do is come in and say, I can't figure out why he would apply answering that method of operation question that you asked him, and then down the road decide he needs security.
Because where this place is located, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, was not nearly as dense as it is now.
But see, that to me is something I need to know, which means that the security question or the request for a security guard should come to us.
We do it, and we will have security, as a result of the fact that now you need it on the street when you didn't need it 7 years ago.
No, and that may be the case, but that tells me that street's changed, and rather than hear it from the local elected official, I'd rather try to figure it out myself.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Are you staying up there, Frank?
Yes, if you're bored, I'm here.
940, 472 Bedford Road, Restaurant Incorporated.
Introduce yourself. Just say your name.
Francis Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Couldn't find a nice Irish attorney. I had to.
I kept him away from Flynn the whole time.
Because there's plenty out there, let me tell you.
I kept him on the other side of the room from Flynn, trust me. About what you just said on the prior case, this is a perfect example. It just so happens, this place has been here for a number of years, it just so happens that two other bars actually closed. Two bars who catered to a different crowd than we've been used to. And we did get caught by surprise when these people were looking for another place. So we did have two assault altercations. And we have remedied the situation, and we no longer, it just caught us by surprise. Both places closed. I don't know if you closed them or if they closed.
So what are they doing about the manager?
We've removed the manager. We now have a new security company.
Oh, the manager's gone?
Yes.
Okay.
And we now have a security company in there.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
10,011 Bayview Avenue Hospitality Management.
I believe this is an offer in compromise. I know it is. Books and records, and I think signs.
So no alcohol was being sold during that time?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
I'll accept since they turn the records in later.
Point of sale system wasn't working? Yeah, I'll accept.
Thank you.
Take care.
I have more, but I'll wait, whenever you say.
972 Okanashi Restaurant Corp. So we signed in twice for it?
What is it again, Tom?
972. Sir, is that?
El Neonki.
I'm pronouncing it wrong. I apologize.
How'd you say it?
You don't even mind.
I do want to know. Do you know how he said it?
I mean, it sounded kind of like.
The
that was-
fact is that the guy that represents him started walking out of the room, so it couldn't even have been close.
Good afternoon, Jared Cooper on behalf of Il Gnocchi. I believe this is
Yeah, I'll accept.
okay. Thank you.
972 and 973.
Oh, what's, I don't have 73, hold on. I just accepted 972, no, I got it. All right, I'll accept both of them. So 2750 on 972 and 750 on 973.
Thank you.
Accepted as well.
The next pronunciation right. 910 Post Billiards Cafe.
You got, thank you, you nailed it right away.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon.
Chairman, Commissioners.
Good
Council,
afternoon.
Secretary, staff.
So before you get going,
Yes.
dismiss 1, dismiss 2, and, I'm sorry, dismiss 1. We withdrew 2 and 3 and sustained 4.
Correct. So Adrienne Hunt on behalf of the licensee Post Billiards Cafe, Inc., and with me is Mr. Manuel Garcia, the principal of Post Billiards Cafe, Inc. Yes, this was after a hearing. Charge 4 has been sustained, and we are here to discuss the penalty that you wish to levy
This was
upon us.
2 years ago, huh?
So does he have a security guard roster now?
There is a security guard roster, and also to remind you that there was a security guard roster because he used a company, but did not have, he, meaning the licensee's principal, did not have the guard roster from the company. And I just want to say that he's had a good record. He's had
Yeah,
his
he
license
has.
for 20 years and has not had any blemish.
I'm good with a letter of warning on this one.
Thank you so much.
Okay, letter of warning.
Thank you, thank you,
All right.
thank you.
Next item is 946, F&A Deli Grocery Court.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Jimenez. I'm here to represent Franklin Marisen, F&A Deli Grocery. I'm also the landlord's son. They have been summoned to come to the hearing because their license application was disapproved. Since my knowledge,
No, this is a new application.
this is a new application, but
We disapproved one in September of 2016.
yes, which it was an all, the previous corporation in the actual space.
Does he know those people?
No, they don't.
Do they speak English? Can you put your names on the record?
Yeah, my name is Alison Marisan.
And who's Franklin?
I-
Okay. And this is going to be your store?
Yeah.
And what do you his brother?
Yeah,
And where do you work?
I work at another store.
Are you licensed?
No, it's for the license for him.
No, I know. Do you own the other store or you just work there?
Yeah, I got another store.
And do you have a liquor license?
Yeah,
Where's your store?
266 East 143rd, Morris.
Do you have any problems with us as far as sale to minors or
No,
you never, nothing? Did your brother ever work for you?
yeah,
Do either of you guys know the former owners of this place?
say again?
Do either of you guys know the former owners of this store?
No,
Wait, well, isn't that you? Didn't you have the license?
No.
no.
I am the landlord's son, so my father owns the building. but that was rented to another group of persons. It's Miranda Corp.
The last licensee there.
Yes,
Is that you?
yes, that's my father.
So he did own the store?
Yeah, before, but before that, he has someone
That's
else.
what the chairman was asking.
Oh, I see.
So why,
You guys both had the same address before.
so what happened when your father owned the store? I'm talking to you.
Yeah,
Yeah, did he lose his license?
Well, I'm not aware. I don't know exactly what's the condition of his license, but what I know is
He surrendered it, and then he kept the building and he sold the business to them? Is that what happened?
he rented the space to them.
Does he have any other licenses?
No,
Okay.
no, no, where, no.
I'm not trying to trick you.
No, no, I know. I'm just, I just was notified about this. This week.
And who's Elvin Oliveira?
I'm not sure who's Elvin Navarro.
Well, he's the person who filled out this application for them. Who's Elvin Oliveira?
Second?
Elvin Oliveira.
Llenó la aplicación de ustedes.
Did you go to somebody to help you with
No.
this application?
¿Quién le llenó la aplicación?
En Casta y Edicia se llama la cantante.
Dicia, that's her name.
Yeah.
They went to someone to file the application for
From
them.
that office. Chairman? Yeah, that person works at Castle Hill, and
Pastor
Elvin Oliveira
Hill.
is from Castle Hill.
Okay. So why are you here rather than her?
Oh, I don't know. They notified me to come and be here. 'cause
Okay.
The owner of the building has.
All right.
So I'm not sure.
I'm a little confused, so let me ask a stupid question or two. May have gone over this, but help me out here. Gustavo Fernandez, who is that?
That was the person before that.
But after your father?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know him? Gustavo Fernandez?
No.
And Maria Gonzalez. No, I think that was related
To Gustavo.
to Gustavo, yeah. They were the ones that had the same address, okay? Which is why they were disproved, okay?
And how did you guys find this store?
Second?
How did you become interested in buying this place? Or renting it out, I should say.
Somebody told me it's closed, the game is down. I got the sign in the front. Yeah, I call it the number.
Okay.
So,
All right, go ahead.
yeah, so the store is closed right now.
No, no. Now it's open.
It's open, just not selling beer or
Selling
wine.
beer.
Okay. All right. I'll approve this.
I'll vote to approve as well. Bye-bye. Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Next item is, you'll get a letter, yes. Next item is 1016A, Keep Hotel, the 180.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Jimmy Tong.
So the reason I asked you to, what's your name?
Jimmy Tong, I'm the general manager.
Of the boutique hotel?
Correct.
So the reason I asked you to come in here is there was no indication that all this stuff has been fixed.
That's correct. During the hearing, we've brought in massive amount of documents.
There was no hearing.
Oh, the date that I came last time, that I had to meet with the.
Right,
personnel
this
on
is
the board.
this is a settlement offer, so.
Yes.
They may have shown up for a hearing and then settled the matter.
Okay.
Yes.
So so everything has been fixed?
Yes, we actually brought in a ton of supporting documents that she mentioned on the fourth floor that we didn't even have to, but we brought it anyways. Ton of pictures, ton of past receipts that were part of the violation, because.
I'm more worried about the DJ fireworks and also the dancing.
That was because we're a pretty big, we're pretty big with doing wedding parties because we're a hotel. So we do a lot of package bookings with all the rooms, and what they do is they, not just weddings, they're basically bridal showers. We do Sweet 16 parties during the daytime, which we clear all alcohol out of the bar into our storage room, and we do a lot of Sweet 16 parties.
So are you having DJs though with alcohol? Not Sweet 16, other
No.
parties?
The event planners will usually bring in their own.
But you're not approved for DJs, so you
No,
need
we're
to.
not, no. But when they bring in a DJ during the events, they're always insured. We make sure that they're insured. Because that's what we were told by the NYPD, that when you do have a DJ from these events, whether they're bridal showers or wedding parties, that they have to be insured.
But you also have to tell us. You have to amend your license to, we have to approve that you can, even if it's somebody coming in to do it, you still have to tell us to get approval for DJs.
Okay,
So you got to amend your liquor license.
okay, sure.
And the dancing, you got to get a cabaret license.
No, the dance, we brought in a ton of pictures of the facility. It's a restaurant lounge in the hotel, and it's actually, there's a dress code for most of all the events, because it's always a special event. The dancing, it's hard to say, because there's tables and people were just kind of fidgeting, moving around the tables. We don't have a dance floor. Nothing's elevated off the floor. The room is actually probably half the size of this room.
Listen, I didn't make the cabaret law.
No, I understand.
I don't know whether I agree with it or not, because it's not relevant, but the bottom line is if somebody's going to be dancing in your establishment, you got to get a cabaret license.
Okay.
If you don't have one, it's going to cost you a lot of money
Okay,
with us.
understood.
So I'm not recommending you go get one. Perhaps you should stop them from dancing. That's probably easier, but so as long as the stuff's all fixed, so the CO2 is chained up, there's no more fireworks.
No, the CO2 was actually an empty tank. It was basically, to be honest, it was a busy night. We changed out the CO2 tank. There was an empty one that I put aside right in the hallway. And the reason why the violations went out, for the very first time, we've never had any violations at all at that premises. We have we supply our own 6 licensed securities for all events, even though everyone always says, why do we need, even the event planners don't even like the fact that there is security personnel, because it doesn't look right in the middle of their wedding parties, and so that's what we do, because we're a hotel.
But you see, you've been, and I'm going to try to explain this to you. You've been open almost 4 years, 3+ years. The only way we end up in your place inspecting it is because somebody's complaining about you.
Exactly. There was a woman that was making a phone call, and then she also made a phone call and complained about us, which we documented on a night that we didn't even have an event.
But it doesn't matter. My point being that when we got in there, we found stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So
correct.
you need to fix
Yeah,
it, or you're going to, because all that happens here is after this one, it goes up exponentially,
Yeah, we took care of that.
dollar-wise. All right, I'll accept the 5,000.
I'll
Yeah.
accept
A lot of the wedding
5,000 as well.
events, what they did is they brought in sparklers, which, to be honest, we thought it was okay. I'm not going to say.
I don't know if it's okay or not. I
No,
just know the
didn't- I
police
didn't either.
decided
So
it
that's
wasn't.
exactly what we told. That was the honest answer. I didn't know if it was okay.
Okay, you're set. Thank you.
What about the egress to the roof? That's all addressed?
That's all said. That, just because there were empty boxes right in the middle of a walkway. That's what
Gotcha.
Okay.
Like 3 boxes.
So think about that cabaret application if that's what's going to go on there.
No, definitely, because we do a lot of parties, and it's hard to tell them. To be straightforward, you can't dance. Why are you going to do a party here? Which wedding parties do we do that you can't?
Right.
But we're just going to say we have to be able to attain the permit before we can.
I play a lot of weddings. I've never played one where people didn't dance.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They would. We because of that situation, we refrain guests from moving tables to the side. We said we cannot relocate tables. It has to stay in a dining room set. And what they do is they get up and start dancing around the table, which we're going to try to enforce.
That's because the music is good, that's why. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the settlement was for
5,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
970 LVC International, Inc.
Oh, Mr. Palillo, you're back. We didn't.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Victor Costin.
Oh, that was one.
Principal at VC. Do you want to speak?
Yes.
You want to?
And, well, Mr. Palillo, it's my understanding, if I remember correctly about this particular case, while we do have a number of charges, I think that your client's been cooperative and opened some of the books and records that you have, looking at the ability of your client to actually pay a civil penalty. Is that correct, Frank? Does that
The
sound
client
correct?
wanted to address that issue. That's okay.
Yep.
Please.
Yeah, I understand I made a mistake, and I made a mistake. It was on the beginning when we got in trouble with this store. It already was fixed, and we follow all the regulations. But all this mistake we made when we start the business, and we got attorney now, and he instruct how to manage all of this. And I'm sure I learn a lessons, and I will not make any mistake in the future. If it's possible to just make a little bit lower, because company it's small. And,
How many people work for you?
I work only me and my wife.
Okay.
Yeah, so we cannot afford $10,000. When I started the business, I was 200 pounds. Now I lost half.
Oh, that seems to be going around.
It's transferring. All right, that's how it goes, yeah.
I'll go to 7,500.
I'll accept 7,500 as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's a very nice thing that they just did for you, so you should thank them.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Yeah.
Next items I have are 900 and 902 and 903. It's all one item on your item sheet.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good afternoon. So the first proceeding, dismiss 1, withdraw 2. The second proceeding, sustain 1 and 2. The third proceeding, sustain 1.
If I can just point something out,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. Case 4 on the agenda, 900, that was withdrawn.
Which is 900. Yeah, that I just did it. I just dismissed both of those charges.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So on the so what we did, what I just said was I dismissed 1 and 2 in 900. I sustained 1 and 2 in 902, and I sustained the loan charge of 903. Okay, so you got 3 charges sustained. Am I correct that she stops serving alcohol at 4 and stays open?
Yes.
She might want to stop that.
No, we've been
Because the next
discussing-
time,
We've been discussing that.
okay, because the next time that this comes through here with these charges, it's going to be the end for the liquor. So the best thing to do is shut it for, in my estimation.
The thing also during the hearing, my problem with the whole situation was that there was no bottles of beer out. At one time, the officer said he seen a bottle of beer, and he couldn't identify the type of beer or identify the person that sold that poured the beer.
Yeah, but her excuse that everybody was drinking O'Doul's doesn't really carry much weight with me.
Well, I understand that. I understand that. But at the end of the day, the officer just said the odor, and that was it. At first, he said he received training, and then he withdrew his statement and said, oh, I didn't receive training.
Well, how much training do we need to see? Come on.
Oh, he just smelled it. That was it, he said. That's all he did.
So I'll go with 3,000. But I would recommend she shut the whole place if, everybody cleared out by 4.
Yeah. I'll go with 3,000 too, but like the chairman said, shut it down at 4, then you don't run into these kind of problems.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next item is 927.
Thank you.
Take care.
Is that yours, Mr. Torres? All right, 927. Automate Restaurant Inc. CUATON.
Coa tomate. Yes, that was a bounce check. Coa tomato, so to speak. Right there.
So wait, we're doing 927. Okay. Did we receive a check?
No, it's a default, and we didn't get the check.
Do you know why? She owed the liquor authority $4,400 and didn't pay it.
I could bring that in tomorrow.
Well, didn't you know what you were here for?
No, we realized,
I know, but she's showing up. I'm assuming you must have figured out why you were here.
well, I saw it on the calendar, and they're in the process of selling the business to somebody else, and the only reason I saw it is because I'm the representative for the buyer. So I saw that, I said, well, how can they sell if they have a default on their license, and how are you going to get a temporary permit if this is happening? So I only came in today to, I'll
Well,
bring in
does
the
she
check
have, is
tomorrow.
this the licensee?
No, this is for the next case. I just wanted to.
Do we have a notice of appearance here for
I
you?
did, I gave
Okay.
it.
You're representing this licensee?
Yes. And I'll bring in the check, and I just want to see what the
So
fine
can I
is.
do that, can I do that conditionally? Meaning cancel and bond unless we get a check in 24 hours?
Why don't we hold it over and they can pay up, and if they pay up, then you can impose a penalty.
Next meeting, okay.
Okay,
Then put it over.
So it's gonna be over, right? And if they pay, they'll be noted on this, right?
When is your next board meeting? The 24th of. So let me just confirm, they owe you $4,442 in addition to the fine that's coming up.
There is no fine yet.
Okay,
There's going to be a fine assuming they pay, but the fine they'll have time to pay.
okay,
But that won't be anywhere near $4,442.
okay,
But there will be a fine.
okay,
If they don't pay, it's cancel and bond.
okay. Thank you. And the next one is 920.
Next one I have signed in here is 921, Carroll Enterprises Inc.
Yes, this is the Andrea.
Oh,
Peralta.
921, I thought it was 928.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Il-
you said,
927, and
I thought it was 927. It's
this one is no, that one was 927, this is 921.
Okay.
Carroll Enterprises Inc.
you know, 927 and 928 are the same?
Same charge, not the same
Same
place.
charge, okay.
I
That's what
only have the
confused.
one signed in, that's
All
right.
right. I'm sorry, what's the
It's
other one?
921.
921.
Wait, hold on.
Thought I was seeing double when I was reading that.
928, are you here 928 as well? You're not, okay,
No.
so it's 921 is this one.
Okay.
So this is about, not so much the fight, but the fact that it occurred after closing.
That's
Which
what I would-
ironically you weren't even charged with.
Right.
Because they were, nobody was, this is my question. I'm looking at the police report on the bill of particulars, and the occurrence, they don't even give you the exact time of the occurrence. They say on or about, she closes at 2. And this occurrence is until 3:50. So there was nobody there.
Well, the information we have is that the event is reported as occurring at 3 a.m.,
There
not
was-
3:50.
And-
But either way, that would lead me to believe she was open.
Cleaning, they don't, this happened to be the night that
Yeah,
she
but ma'am,
was.
this isn't a hearing. You
Pardon?
submitted a CNC.
Yeah,
Right,
but
yeah.
I just want, just for clarity purposes, they're not operating, she's very clear on her hours, 2 a.m. and 3
But
a.m.
when does she think this happened?
She thinks it happened when it was closed, and she's saying, well, how could? then
You don't
how-"
remember this fight?
She wasn't there. The security reported it to her.
Was the
And they're
fight
saying, we were just
employees?
cleaning up.
Was it employees who fought?
No, it was somebody leaving outside on the premises, because they can't even tell you that the person was in the premises. It was somebody, it was
Okay,
outside.
all
so
right,
that's
well,
why
if you
we're
want to
confused.
argue about it, you can go to hearing, but I'll take the 2,500 otherwise.
Are you okay with the Dominican?
2,500.
Yeah, we're good with that,
All right.
Chairman. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
You too.
948, Nowhere Bar Lounge Restaurant, Inc.
Timothy Allenwood for Nowhere Bar. With me is the principal of the applicant, Salvador Quesada. This is here because prior owner was canceled.
Does he know the prior owner?
Doesn't know the prior owner.
It's also here for this community board.
Is there any community board people here?
I don't have any information about the community board, just that he notified them, and they didn't ask to see him. It's not a 500-foot rule.
Well, there was, I mean, which is, here's a rarity, is that the NYPD has vocal opposition to this place, which does not happen a lot.
For Nowhere Bar?
Yep.
I don't have any of that information. Usually licensing would give us some kind of heads up.
Detective Damaris Franco of the 83rd Precinct and community residents object to this location receiving a liquor license. And I think that probably has to do with the fact that your client doesn't have any experience that I can see, and the previous place was really bad.
Well, I think it's 99% the previous place. They never asked to see my client. And he's had a grocery license.
Well, that's a different animal.
I understand. But he was in that business for 20 years.
I mean, this place was so bad, we put a stop on the premises. So I mean, I don't know whether you want to go and try to see them. But I'm not, given his lack of experience and the history that's here, I don't, and their pointed opposition, and when I say they, I mean the police department, I don't think I can approve this.
You know, is it fair for them not to want to meet the new owner?
Well, did they tell him they wouldn't meet with him?
He sent the notice, they never responded.
So then go meet with them. I mean, set up a meeting with them, but I can just tell you it's very rare that I've actually had any input from the New York City Police Department, negative or otherwise. I'd like more.
I mean, can we put it over? Or is it?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm offering you.
So we should maybe put it over for 2 meetings out?
Yeah.
Skip one? Okay, June 7th?
I mean, and go in and tell him that, you know, there should be, he's asking for stuff, his method of operation looks like it's identical to the former place, which is going to be a problem with them, and it's a problem with me. So I would.
He addressed those things, but I hear what you're saying.
DJ, you know, he wants to have a DJ, live Latin music once a month. I mean, maybe that's something you work your way to, as far as
Right.
get a track record, because he doesn't have one, good or bad.
But maybe not right out of the gate.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, you know, because usually we get a heads up. You know, the community board sent in this opposition, or if we even.
Yeah, the guy that sent in the letter in from the community board is Willie Morales. And the detective is Detective Damaris Franco of the 83rd Precinct. So we'll put it over for 2 hearings?
June 7th. Next item is 947, RRR Lounge Inc.
All right, this is kind of similar. Except in this case, we knew about the community board opposition. Again, it's not a 500-foot rule. Prior owner was canceled. Community board declined to meet with my clients.
Declined to meet, like, meaning they didn't get back to him, or they just said, no, we don't want to meet with you?
I have a timeline here. So community board notification is December 2nd, 2016. Questionnaire submitted January 4th to them. The application's logged in just after that.
Well, see, here, he's in a different position, though, because he does have,
He has a license already.
yeah.
License was suspended at this location, what?
He bought the corporation. Oh, this location? If this location was canceled, I don't know about a suspension.
Yeah, this was canceled in September of 15. When did he buy it?
Took it over in December.
Are you open right now without liquor? No?
He got the lease in December. It's canceled in the middle of 2015. So
Right.
it's like a year and a half.
Right, and what are you gonna be? Like,
It's a bar tavern. It's got a DJ, recorded music.
No dancing?
No
No live music?
No live music.
Is it in what kind of building is it in?
There's a
one family upstairs.
It's a what?
There's one family, there's a resident upstairs.
It's mixed. It's
One,
store and-
one apartment upstairs?
Only one apartment upstairs in the whole building?
Only one apartment.
All right.
Is it front and back? It is.
And the hours?
Yeah, five to 2 during the week, 5 to 4 on the week, Friday and Saturday.
Who's going to manage it, you?
He's got a full-time manager.
Where's your other place? Where is it?
Buck Slope.
So who manages that?
I am, but I'm in the process of selling the place.
Oh, okay.
So you'd be devoting all your time to this instead?
I live 10 minutes away from that property, so I guess it's very convenient for me.
All right.
Walking, not even driving.
All right.
Literally 10 minutes walking? Oh, good for you.
Get a little exercise on the way to work, huh?
Can't be kind of.
No, I do it too. I count it, I keep step.
Is the place soundproofed or anything? It is? Okay.
All right. I'll vote to approve. I mean, no dancing, no live music. 5 to 2, Sunday through Thursday?
Yes.
And then 5 to 4 on Friday and Saturday.
So I'm going to vote to approve as well. I note that there is Community Board 10 protest, but this isn't a 500-foot case. The previous license was canceled in August of 15, but that was due to a failure to pay a civil penalty of $6,500, which means if they had paid the penalty, we probably would not have canceled it. Although there is negative history there, someone was stabbed previously. You're not going to have promoters? Your hours are 5 to 2, 5 to 4, no live music, no promoters. You can have the DJ, no dancing, correct? Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next item is 9:50.
Can we take 2 minutes?
Next item is 967, report of litigation.
Come on up.
Mr. Katsouris, he's the attorney for the licensee.
Kerry Katsouris. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
So it appears you won. So I guess we got to bring this back to the board, right? On a different date?
I don't know, I don't think it has to be a different date necessarily, but
We normally would bring it back, you know, and bring back the actual matter itself. This is just a
Right.
report of litigation.
Well, and I'm not familiar with the matter itself, so I would rather do that.
So the only thing you do here is decide whether or not you're going to pursue an appeal of it.
Yeah, we're not.
If no, then we'll just take its regular course.
I would assume you don't want to, right?
no, I think it's better to bring it back to the board.
Okay, so we'll bring it back. Are you good next hearing, or do you want to go beyond that?
That's fine.
Okay, so,
Can't do anything without a license, so.
That's right.
We're here.
so bring it to the next hearing? And we won't appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the next one too, Jeff. Mr. Chairman, I have the next one.
What?
I have the next one.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Next item is it's 10.
That would be Tom.
05, which is NYC Cloud 9.
Kerry Katsouris for the licensee. If you recall, there was a summary suspension on November the 7th. We went to a hearing. 8 out of the 14 charges were not sustained. Commissioner Ford asked that one of the charges that was not sustained be sent back, and
Did he do it, or did I do it?
I believe it was Commissioner Ford.
Okay.
And that charge was not sustained as well. So the original decision was adhered to. My client's been paying rent since November the 7th, and I think he's suffered financially and everything else, and I respectfully ask that you permit him to reopen his premises, as he has lost an overwhelming amount of money.
So what did he do to fix, I realize these disorderly premises weren't sustained,
He has a new
but the
security-
incidents happened.
Mr. Chairman, he has a new security company. He has new people in there. And all he's trying to do is support.
And what about the
himself.
noise? What's he going to do about the noise?
There was no noise complaints.
Well, that charge wasn't sustained either, but there was noise. I mean, we got a complaint of noise.
I understand, sir. All I can say to you is that the crowd that frequents the premises is basically off-duty, new NYPD, Nassau County Police Department, all the PDs from the Triborough Bridge.
You're telling me his clientele is off-duty police departments, and this place has become a focal point of police attention?
It has, that's where we dispute the focal point of police attention. He has a menu, the food is good, it's a full.
I'm
menu.
trying to, listen, I'm trying to avoid him coming back here and us heading in the direction. I'm willing to let him get his license back, but unless this stuff is solved, he's going to be back in front of me, and then it's just going to be the same thing over again.
I represent him, it's not gonna happen again.
All right, dismiss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sustain 6, sustain 7, sustain 8, sustain 9, dismiss 10, sustain 11, dismiss 12, sustain 13, and dismiss 14. Now, the one charge is dangerous conditions, that was sustained. What did he do about that? That's charge 11.
We've been closed since November 7th.
I know, but I'm going to tell you why it was dangerous. Extension cords being used for permanent wiring.
That's all been corrected, the
That's what I'm
electrical-
asking,
oh,
okay.
no, That's all been corrected. Everything that was found to be out of order was corrected within 24 hours after the event.
Okay.
Well, it's not just the extension cord. Burned out his exit lights, failing to secure compressed gas canisters.
We
They're saying all this.
produced photos. We
Was this
produced
like, oh, hold on a minute. Was this the place that we closed and they opened back up again?
No.
No.
By St. John's?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
unless I'm
Whatever place was by St. John's has been closed permanently. Not
okay.
our place.
That's not that place,
No,
okay.
no. My client has now become active in the 107th Community Precinct Council, attends all their meetings, as well as the community board meetings. He's really gotten himself involved in the community.
All right, where are you?
I'm thinking 5,000.
Oh, I was bigger than that.
Please be mindful of the fact that he's been closed since November the 7th.
Yeah, but that's not a punishment. That's because we couldn't control them.
Excuse me, Chairman, the record shows that the renewal was disapproved on 4/19.
The reason.
You're aware of that?
Yeah,
No.
the reason, it was not accepted because of the pending case. And I've been, I have a check in my.
It says for failure to comply, though.
That's what the decision said, was there was information that wasn't supplied.
Oh, no, I've been waiting for permission to file the check with the authority.
Oh, all right. I was at 12. I'll go to 10 if you're at 5.
You want to hear from me?
Go ahead if you want, but there's not much, I mean,
7,500 just to moderate the penalty, considering he's been closed for so long.
yeah, but some of the stuff that went on here, and I realize the police were visiting, multiple times, 3 to 6 times a month. That's,
Mr. Chairman, whatever you feel is reasonable, Commissioner Ford.
well, that's why I'm at 10. I was at, I'll tell you what I had written down, it's 20 initially, so.
10 sounds
That's
fantastic.
what-
And I'll just note, because I think it's important, there is adverse history, so this is not the first time that they've been before the board. I just want that.
Although this is the first violent.
Yes, this is the first time that something like
No
this.
problem.
I
All
think
right.
10 it is then.
Thank you.
Just so, as far as the summary suspension is concerned, assuming that the renewal gets worked out, is the summary still in effect until the payment's made, or is it lifted now?
No, it's lifted.
Thank you.
We'll let you get back.
If they don't pay, he
No,
knows
no.
what's gonna
So
happen.
May I send them the renewal check now?
You can go
together
drop it off, yeah.
with- No, tomorrow, I'll be happy to.
But
Yeah.
it's showing as disapproved.
You may have to ask for reconsideration or something, I don't know.
Correct, right.
Call licensing.
Very well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you just gotta submit the reconsideration and forward it to Albany, because
You got
it's
it.
actually done at Albany.
Thank you, Warren. Appreciate it.
The next item is 956, Vinnie's Woodside Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon. This is a default. My client never received it. We've had disciplinaries in the past. We always answer them. So I can't answer as to why it wasn't, but I'm most respectfully requesting that it be vacated and sent back to council.
So the sale to an intoxicated person, this is the 6th time that we know about.
I'm not sure all those were sustained, sir.
No, he pled to him.
Oh,
Yeah, 10,000, that says 10, I assume that means 10,000.
I'll send it back to licensing.
thank you.
Not licensing, council.
Thank you.
We can send it to license.
Yeah. He hasn't voted yet.
Back to council.
Next item is 981.
What's it called?
I'll accept.
Is this my case, though? It's my case?
Yeah?
Okay. I didn't hear the name of the case. I don't know the number.
981, oh.
Take it back.
It's not my case.
Yeah, no, it's
McCallum's. Okay, I'm covered for Mr. McCallum.
Roars Group LLC.
That's the case.
$5,000 offer, I'll accept.
It wouldn't have been accepted.
Yes.
Accept.
Thank you. Have a good 2 weeks.
You too.
Okay. 978.
Good afternoon. This is an offer of compromise to resolve a charge. This license has already expired. It's
Accept. Cancel and bond.
Accept, cancel, and bond.
987, Power Hospitality.
How long have you been here, all day?
No. I got here at 12:15.
It just seems like all.
CNC, $1,000 I'll accept.
Trade name, and the trade name has been filed.
Okay.
Accept.
992, Old Blackthorn Inn.
992. Mr. Flynn. Okay, so this has been back and forth a whole bunch of times, I know.
5 cases.
So I'm aware, I know that, so I just wanted to focus on one thing quickly, and please, if I don't understand this correctly, let me just, at the moment, we're here because I think the big question is just the penalty that's gone back and forth financially, and then obviously there's been a motion for reconsideration on top of the other motion for reconsideration. I want, maybe in order for the members to understand a little bit better of how we've gotten to where we are.
Let me make
It's
this
just, I think, important for this
let me
case.
let me make it as clear as I can. And the error was on my end, so I apologize. I thought when we left here last time, the only thing in discrepancy was the 1 o'clock closing, and I thought the number was 20. In my mind, it was wishful thinking, I guess. It was 30 was the number that you came back at. So the number shouldn't be 22, it should be 30,000. We had given you a letter from the police department where we spoke to the police department, and because of the way if you know the premise, I don't know if you've been there, but
No, I
the
haven't.
premise is on a corner. There's another premise right across the street from it, and there's another premise right down from there on the one block. The rail line runs right along the side of it. There's a street. It's kind of like when you go up to Westchester, you park behind the premise. And because it's here, the premise that's around on this side, there's another restaurant that's there. So they share the parking lot with 3 places, and the rail line is there. What the police department letter was saying is that if you make them close at 1, we're going to have a harder time because all of these people are going to come out at roughly the same time going to this, wait for this train line, and this is where they tend to gather and wait and buy whatever they're going to buy at other shops that may be open, and it causes this congestion because I think there's a deli there. And he said it's better for the police department if they close at 2. Now, of course, we wouldn't have last time you didn't want us to have the dancing, you didn't want us to have the DJ, and council raised the other stipulations that there be the security and that there be the owner or manager premise and no promoters, and all that is perfectly acceptable. And the 30,000 is even acceptable. The only issue was the 2 p.m. closing, which the police department truly believes is better for them.
So that means what, last call at 1:30?
It means
When
they're
you
out-
say 2 o'clock closing, doors shut at 2 o'clock? Or are we talking about shutting now at 2:30?
I believe the train is, I believe the last call was 2 because the train is a
Train is at
2:15 train. It was a 2:15 train and then a train after that, I believe it was. I believe it's in the letter or in the write-up.
227.
227, right. So he wanted everybody who was coming out, any of the last people who were coming out to be on that 227 train.
Instead of giving them an hour to kill and get into trouble.
Or an hour and 20 minutes to kill, because the train, if you miss it, I think it was a 1:15 train, and if you missed it, you had to wait to the 227 train. And
Yeah.
again, if you walk out this door, you literally walk, I would say 15 feet, and you're at the corner.
Yeah.
And right above you is the train.
Okay.
So anybody who's taking that train is really not other than going up to the platform and just standing outside, there's nothing for them to do.
Yeah.
Except
Okay.
congregate.
All right.
So it's 30,000.
30,000.
Doors, everybody out by 2:30.
Right.
No DJ, no live music, no use of promoters, and no dancing. Is that,
And
did I cover everything?
No, you didn't. You missed security.
And you will have security?
Correct.
How many?
I'm not sure what the stipulation had with
That
the
I-
court, Chris. I
Oh,
don't.
I might not have said how many. I might not have made it that.
These will
Do-
become new conditions on the license.
Do we want them out at
Yeah.
2 or 2:30? If the last train is 2:27, wouldn't we want them out at 2? How far is the train from the?
I mean, literal, it'd take you 3 minutes to walk up to the train. That's why I
Yeah.
think he was looking for the two, because as they finish their drinks, they start to slowly walk out and go right up to the train, and that's
Yeah.
what made sense for them.
That's what the police officer's saying at 2 AM last call.
Right.
Yes.
Which is 2:30 closing. Okay, and their conditions of the license, I'm not gonna put a number on the guards, they can do that.
Yep.
So could you repeat it again, please? I have no.
Yeah,
live-
it's a $30,000 fine,
Out by 2:30?
yeah,
So pretty much.
out by 2:30, no exceptions.
I'm just going to note, I seem to recall that when I spoke with Mike about this, he said it was out by 2. So I'm not saying that the board can't make.
No,
decisions.
I'm reading off the police department's
Police
letter.
letter, yeah.
Okay.
That's how I'm going. He says a 2 AM last call would mean customers had 20 minutes to catch their train.
Right.
So 2 AM last call, 2:30 closing, no DJ, no live music, no use of promoters, no dancing, and security, use of security guards, which the number of guards is in their discretion. But do they have to change their license for that?
Yes, they would, because we don't have that on their.
Yes, you're gonna have to
certificate.
file an amendment.
Okay, just hold on.
Oh, here comes
Here's
the,
Mike. Oh,
Checking up on me.
I'm sorry?
We actually need them to file.
for the use of security, you think I can just do
Well,
it
you
here?
could do it right here,
When
wouldn't you?
you're agreeing
Yeah,
to it.
if I'm agreeing to
why-
it.
I'm just wondering, why can't we just,
We can. So just make it a stipulation on the license.
And Mike, I didn't misspeak for you, did I? When I said that?
just wanted to clarify that my conversation with the commission was that doors shut, everybody out by 2.
But in his letter, he writes last call at 2, and gives them 20 minutes to finish their beer.
Yeah, the police department has asked for last call at 2.
All right, so we're all on the same page.
Yeah,
Last
and
call-
he's the commissioner, I'm not gonna, he knows better than we do. They're the ones who were complaining about the place, so.
And since they've made the changes that they wanted, there haven't been any problems.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. Last call at 2. Closed by 2:30. No live music, no DJ, no promoter, no dancing, and security.
Correct.
Okay, so now the question is, when do you plan to come with the new certificate? So we could just do a swap. We could literally do a
You
swap.
want to print it on the license?
Absolutely. Could do that.
I'll have them come in with the license in the next day or two.
Sure, okay, no problem.
I'll have them bring the check at the same time.
And get your check too, because you earned your money on this one.
Mail a check? Fine, I'll have them mail a check.
the next item, 997, Harlow East LLC.
Issued.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charge. It's been out there. This again is the license expired from what I can see.
I'll accept.
Accept.
You have 909, 315 Fifth Avenue Incorporated.
909?
Yes.
I'll accept.
Give me just a second here.
Sure.
Okay. 2,000 accept.
And the last item I have, is 905 through 907, Cuckoo Bar, Inc.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges,
Are there any other cases open on this, on these guys?
not to my knowledge.
Let me look very quickly.
I don't need to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you this. This is going to get ugly next time. If there's- So I'll accept.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to belabor the point. Most of the charges, the beginning charges on warning signs and the health regulations and stuff, the more serious the altercation and the unlicensed cabaret, just because we are settling it, we didn't bother trying the
Right.
altercation. And he has now put signage up throughout about the dancing.
We do have new police referrals. That's all I've got.
Well, you might want to look into them.
Just finding out about them, so.
So am I.
Just letting you know.
Yep,
I-
no,
I-
no, no,
I-
no, I appreciate it, I
Oh, yeah.
appreciate it.
Terry, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Have charges gone at you?
no.
Okay.
So we're all squared away with that one?
Yes.
Thank you very much, have a
All right,
very good
see ya.
day. Yep, take care.
Go to the rest of the calendar?
Yes.
890.
I have letter of warning. ALJ says no intent to deceive.
Okay. Letter of warning.
891.
I have here to dismiss.
Yeah, dismiss charge 1.
892.
Dismiss charge 1.
Yep, I had dismissed for that one, too.
893.
Dismiss charge 1.
Dismiss.
894.
I'd counter at 5,000. Simply
So-
because I'm kind of, this is a place that can sell wine and serve it inside, but can't sell the bottle to go.
I thought you could take a bottle to go if you
Only-
opened it.
Only if you order a full meal, you sit down, you have the meal, and when you buy the bottle of wine, and once it's done, you have to put it in essentially an evidence bag,
Yeah.
and then you can take it with you.
That's after you've already begun consumption on
Yeah.
premises.
Yeah, this is a big issue for the liquor stores, because this guy's acting like a liquor store.
3,000?
No, I countered at 5,000.
5,000.
You okay with that?
Yes.
897.
I'll accept letter of warning.
Accept.
898.
Accept 6,000.
6,000, accept.
899.
Accept letter of warning.
Accept.
901.
Accept 6,000.
Accept 6,000.
908.
Accept cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, accept.
912 and 913.
Accept cancel and bond.
12 and 913, cancel and bond, yes.
914.
Accept 3,000.
3,000, accept.
915.
Accept 1,000.
1,000, accept.
916.
This is the same. I'm countering at 5,000.
Same as the other one, yeah. Counting 5,000.
917.
I had 6,500.
I'm at 10.
I was going to say, just
It's their
history.
it's their third sale. It's a minor plus the other history. I'll split the difference with you. What'd you say your first one was?
I had
6,500, so,
Go, no, 10 is fine.
Okay.
Leave it 10.
918.
licensee renewed, license period on stipulation, licensee was to submit corporate change application. What's that mean?
I'm sorry.
Do you know what it means?
I'm not, no.
When a renewal is done and they notice like maybe somebody else signed the renewal, and they say, oh yeah, we made a corporate change
Oh.
6 months ago, they say, okay, well, we'll let you renew, but you have to agree.
File it.
To file a
file it
corporate
within the
change.
2
And
years.
They haven't
So
done
can we, when we send the letter accepting this, can we send the reminder that they need to do that?
I can send a reminder.
I mean, that's all they're doing, is they made a corporate change and didn't apply. I mean, we can do a charge if we want, I guess. But I'll accept the 6,000, but put it in the letter.
6,000, accept.
CC must be filed.
919.
I'll accept, there's no mitigation here. They were open a year and got caught selling.
Yeah.
So I'll accept 3,500.
And you're okay with that?
Yes. Yeah.
922.
No response yet?
No, 3,000.
3,000.
923.
Letter of warning.
Letter.
924 and 925.
I counter at 12,000. drugs, untaxed cigarettes, fireworks,
Taser.
taser. Everybody has one of those now.
All the good
I don't
stuff.
have one yet. I wanted one today, but
Yeah. 12,000.
926,
We get a check? One,
nothing yet.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Check now. 920 now, 29.
Or 928, you mean?
I'm sorry, did I skip that? I got
Oh,
it.
got the nine-
Yeah,
oh,
928.
929, I'm sorry.
No, he's right, you're right, 928, Casa Calamari.
Well, that was the one that,
Had that-
bad check again.
All right, we'll hold that off, if we didn't do 928.
No, I don't
Right.
have that, yeah.
Well, go ahead and do it, and I'll mark it through.
All right, well, that's a bounce check, which I believe, one, we didn't get a check yet?
It's a default?
Yes. Cancel and bond.
Now we'll do 929.
Do we have anything open on these guys?
Let me look. No, this is our case at the moment.
All right, I'll accept.
2,500, accept.
$930.
Accept.
4,000, accept.
$931.
Cancel and bond, they sold the restaurant and never
Yeah.
told us.
Cancel and bond.
$933.
Is this a solid case here? I mean, this is like the employees got involved with the patrons.
The facts, it depends on the facts, but yeah.
I'm countering at 4,000 then.
4,000, counter.
934.
I don't have 934.
For 934, it's a disorderly premises case.
Rainey's.
No, that's the one I just did.
No,
It's Charles Stanley.
you did 933.
Oh, so we gotta go back. We gotta go back to 933, okay.
Donald, rewind. All right, 933.
All right. That I will accept the 2,500.
2,500.
934.
That is the one I'm,
My understanding, if I remember speaking to council, was that this was not bad the way that it is at the moment, based on the case.
meaning what? Oh, okay. I'll accept then.
2,000, accept.
935.
I believe I've requested Katra, this is, if that's correct, to be returned to council's
Oh,
office.
okay. Return to council's office.
Hear that, Commissioner?
Yep.
936.
I actually had a letter of warning for this due to the mitigation and a good history.
So,
I don't think there was intent here. He didn't know what he was doing. And I'm assuming he's filed the application?
Yep, there's a note on the bottom.
All right, letter of warning from me.
letter warning.
937.
Accept.
Accept.
938.
Accept.
1,000, accept for 938.
939.
Accept.
Cancellation bond, accept.
941.
Accept.
3,000, accept.
942.
Did these guys renew?
No.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
943.
Lisa actually offered these people 5,500, and they came back with 4,500, so I'm sticking with her offer of 5,500, so counter.
500.
Counter at 5,500.
952.
3,500.
3,500.
953 and 954.
I'll accept.
4,000 accept.
955. It was adjourned until May 24th.
Oh.
957.
Say that wrong. Only 8 days notice to board.
500.
500.
958.
3,500.
3,500.
959.
9,000.
I had 10,000, so
Oh, 10,000.
10,000.
59. Is the third sale usually 9 or 10?
10.
Oh, he's right there. 10.
All right, I got one for once.
No, you get them anyway.
960 and 961.
I got a counter of 1,500, or just take 1,500.
1,500.
962.
I'll accept.
2,500 accept.
963.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
964.
Accept.
Accept. 2,500.
965. Letter of warning, accept.
Letter of warning.
966.
Accept, because they all took ATAP.
Accept.
968.
2,500.
2,500. Why is that? Hang on a second. That's because
Hit good history.
history, good history.
Goes down 500 if they have 5 years before the sale.
Got it.
971.
Accept.
Accept.
974.
Letter of warning, accept.
Letter of warning.
975.
Accept.
8,000 accept.
Oh, no, I just did the wrong one, hold on. 75, 9, 8,000, no, that should be 10, right?
Well, 1, 2.
Oh, was this, we don't know if they got notice on the first one, okay. All right, I'll take the 8.
Even though the agent admitted being 20.
I'll accept.
Is that?
Yeah,
976.
accept.
76, 6,000 accept.
977.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
979.
Accept.
Accept.
980.
Note the facts, but
But the one charge is strong.
yeah.
2,
yeah,
right?
I think, well, that's a 12-inch knife.
1 and 3 are bad, but 2 are not bad, but they're harder to prove. But charge 2 seems strong. I'll counter 4,000 because of past history and the fact that the events happened when the place should have been closed for over an hour.
The cook stamps one doesn't say if it was a patron or employee, but,
I think it was domestic.
but again, it was after closing hours.
So we're good with that?
Yep.
982.
6,000 accept.
How did we get here? I don't think that's the right offer. I think somebody misread it. It says we had 3 prior sales to minor, right? Chris?
Yeah. 9,500 paid 13.
What'd you say?
9,500 was paid in 14.
So this is actually should be cancel and bond.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Improper trade name, yeah.
For the 4th sale of minor, cancel and bond, a counter at cancel and bond.
I recall, I'm not sure when I first saw the agenda sheet, if they had all the history on there. I don't remember. Sometimes when you're looking at it, if you're looking at, like, say like there's a lot of cases that were opened up and closed, you don't see other cases on there, so they may not have known it.
No, and they all were settled on the same date, so I'm guessing they just didn't read that there were 3 charges.
Right.
I missed it here. Yeah, so,
So it's cancel and bond for me.
yep.
983.
Except,
Accept.
984.
this is an interesting case.
Yeah.
So the guy sells the place and they don't tell us. The buyer that bought it then went bankrupt and former owner had to take it back, but he couldn't get his corporate name back because the Department of State wouldn't give authorization. Because the other guy was using his EIN and collecting sales tax that was never paid. So that's cancel and bond. If there ever was one.
Cancel and bond.
985.
I'll accept.
I had dismissed. There was no complaint from the neighbor. Police officer went in, deemed it too loud. No proof that it was too loud, nothing, just asked him to. Letter of warning maybe, but
Okay. Letter of warning.
That's all I have on them at the moment.
988.
I'll accept the penalty and cancel. Because it's surrendered already, right?
yes.
Wait.
So I don't need to cancel, just take this $1,000.
Yep.
989.
Letter of warning.
Yep. Letter of warning.
990.
3,500.
3,500.
993.
Accept the
I
25%
would just-
reduction.
As someone who's familiar with the drafting of this particular statute, and in the past when we've done this, if there's two of them, we might we'll separate them and give a reduction to one, but you don't get a reduction to two.
But see here, and this wasn't us, it's the police, they throw two underage people in and do two
It's
sales.
just that the way this memo is written, it suggests that we should give a reduction to both charges.
I wouldn't have accepted 4,000 if I'd known he was gonna do the reduction, though, that's the thing. So what he wants is 25% reduction for both.
On the entire penalty.
So that brings it to 3,000.
That's not what the statute provides for.
It only provides it on the first sale. But here, these sales are simultaneous. That's my problem with what they did. So I'll give him his $1,000.
So that's 3,000.
So 3,000, yeah. And it's probably because the kids didn't want to go in alone, which I understand, but they don't have to each buy something.
994.
I'll accept.
994, cancel and bond.
$995.
I'll grant reconsideration, dismiss charges 2, 3, and 4. Charge 1 was previously dismissed, so this matter's over.
Thank you.
We had a Syracuse office.
We have a couple of investigators. I wouldn't call it an office, it's more like a garage.
996.
They're on the road most of the time.
All right,
3,000.
3,000.
998 and 999.
This should have been higher, but I'll take the 3,000. Because
3,000.
the amount it should have been was, it's not worth countering.
1001.
Accept.
3,500, accept.
1002.
Accept.
1,002,
1003.
accept.
No,
I'm
that's.
talking about 1,002, sorry.
Wait, did I?
1,003 is next, sorry.
500.
I'm sorry, yeah.
500,
1004.
Letter of warning.
letter of warning.
1010.
500.
500,
1012.
Accept.
250, accept.
1013.
Accept.
6,500 accept.
1014 and 1015.
Accept.
6,500 accept.
1016.
Accept.
6,500 accept.
1016F.
Accept.
Revoke and bond claim, 1015F? Okay.
No, it's, there's a typo, it's $3,000.
Oh, 3,000, yeah. I have that written down there, 3,000.
1016H.
I'll reconsider in order to accept, cancel, and bond.
1016
Reconsider.
I, J, K, and L.
Is there anything open on this guy?
Let me check.
I mean, I'll grant the reconsideration because of his lack of history, but if he ends up in here again, he's gonna have wasted his money.
I apologize, there's so many cases.
Open on this?
No,
Oh,
up
yeah.
here. 936. 16. No, I think that's what we have at the moment.
All right, I'll accept the 11,000. Oh, no, and the 4,000. He paid both, right? Late?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll accept them.
You're on L, the 10,016 L through M?
L through N, L through
I-
K.
No, we're on I, J, K, and L.
I, L, yeah.
El Puerto Mexicano.
Yeah, what did you say?
So they were fined by us 11,000 and 4,000. They didn't remit payment, so they were canceled. They now want to remit the payment and us to drop the cancellation. I agreed to do that.
We're accepting 11,000.
15,000 total.
15,000, that's
yeah.
right, 11 and 4. Got it, 15,000.
Now we're up to 1016M and 1016N.
And this is the same thing. And I'll do the same thing.
So 10,000 here in this case?
Yes, I'll accept it.
10,000 accept.
And no other cases, I do have the minutes of those prior meetings and the decisions.
So the minutes, I approve. The decisions I have to read, I'll email you.
I looked at all of them and I approve.
And so once I hear from the chairman, then we're good to go then?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't see anything either.
I don't have any other items on the calendar?
Juan, thank you.
Juan,
It's been a
thank you.
pleasure.
Thank you. You did a nice job there, Juan. Appreciate